I see you. Thank you, baby.
Did I appear? Did I appear? It says 0 viewers. How's there 0 viewers if you're talking? I think you're drunk. What if I go to home and then I go to dashboard? Does that fix it? Or is it just mad at me because I had to reset some things because, well, whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, whoa.
Nice, pretty.
Trying to be one.
We're gonna do that.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, I think I fixed everything. Stuff was not right, so I had to reset the stream. I thought I sent my update, and it's like, no, you're still playing Skyblock and Cult of the Lamb at the same time. I'm like, that's not correct. So I had to fix that because I think it screws up the notification and everything. So I literally just reset the whole stream. Sorry if that screws up anyone's inbox. I don't think it will. It might. I don't know. So I'm gonna get rid of these. Womp womp. Oh, you saw my void. I sent void. Please respond. Okay. Eaten. Eaten. What's been eaten? Okay. So I don't know what to start with. I have a lot of these set up right now. Let me look here. I think there was one specifically that I thought would be a really nice starter just because it was... Oh, there's a Minesweeper thing. Parkour. Well, I got a couple Minesweeper-esque things. Because I'm a freak. There was one that, if I remember, looked very pachinko-y, and I thought would be at least a nice, stimulating... Ball Fate Impulsive Plinko? That might be it. Due to gamble? There's lots of gamble. I'm going to start with Fall Fate Impulsive Plinko. Because I think that's... Yep, just looking at it. That might be an incremental thing, but we're waiting for people to show up. And hopefully, if the screenshots were any indication, it will at least be visually stimulating, shall we say. And let's be real. We need some visual stimulation around here. We need some visual... There we go. All right. Turn on. Yay! There we go. Okay. The cave's gonna get some mileage today. So... Oh, okay. This is loud. Okay. What am I doing with space? Okay. I feel like it failed to actually define something for me, but whatever. Am I trying to, like... So far they're all just kind of going in the middle. Which seems bad. Lesson 1 of 6. Yes, I can move around. Yes. Wait, what? Oh, Q and E. Oh! Okay. 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 Lesson 2 of 6. Something happens with the big number. I don't know what. Am I supposed to make them hit it? No. I'm really... Oh, this mod has a higher life. Use the outer pocket to increase your damage. This is kind of like, it's telling me stuff. I'm looking at the video at the bottom. I didn't even notice the shit on the right. A mouse can do things? I don't know what that's doing. Supposedly that's doing something. Okay, Q spin less disc near selected pin. Okay. So it wants to touch me and I want to like roll it in there. Okay, dropping the disc consumes balance by the per disc amount. Aim for the high multiplier pockets. Increase rate or decrease rate? Oh. Okay, so if I go up here and I get them early, that's smart? Okay. Odd attacks the disc, decreasing its value. Oh, but I gotta get somewhere specific down here. Okay. A highlight on this mod is this weak point. Go ahead, attack the mob when the disc is overlapping the highlighted area. That's not easy. Okay. This is different. This is, I don't know if I like it or not, but it is, if nothing else, unique. Hold still, whore! I don't feel like I'm meaningfully hurting it, and it's not there. Okay. Okay. Really. Okay, there's a lot going on here. Okay. Yeah, you, when they hit your pegs, you can... How well I did compared to standard Plinko. Worse. Cool. Initial balance. Okay. Select... Oh, we're so fucked. Spin cooldown or more. Let's try that. I have no idea. Dude, I don't know. Leverage can reduce the disc value. Disc value is the initial damage dealt to a mod per disc. Each disc drop reduces balance by its value. Okay, so balance is good. We want probably the big one? Wait, no. What? I'm so confused. Let's do that, I guess. I don't know. It's the terms do not make any sense. Oh my god, there's so much to keep track of. Like, supposedly I can move this with the mouse and it's just not doing it. Oh my god. This is genuinely really confusing. Like, it's overstimulating. I have no idea what I'm doing. The run is over when you have no disc. You'll meet people who will help you become a better gambler. Okay. No, I think we're good, actually. I think this is... You know, normally I try to give you... I know I was supposed to parry the oranges. I was genuinely trying. Okay, so here's what they have going on. Here's the amount of shit I'm trying to juggle mentally. There is parry timing individual to each one of those orange circles. You can only parry it when one of your Plinko balls is inside of it when it tries to attack. You have to manipulate the Plinko balls by using WAS to control the rainbow region specifically, and then Q and E when they're hitting a ball to make it go left or right to influence it, which on its own is extremely difficult and confusing. So you throw in all this other shit going on, I'm kind of inclined to say hard pass immediately. I thought it was going to be a cute little idle game, and I am like overstimmed as shit. I cannot track a single thing happening. This needs so much multitasking that it feels like it is made for someone with a very specific kind of ADHD. That I super do not have. You know, holy crap. Oh no, okay, Osu is different. Okay, no, I'm done, dude. I can't even follow your terminology. They threw so many terms. I still know what balance is. It's like if you got thrown into like an end game on an idle game and there's just a million terms, you don't know what any of them mean. There's just so much. Osu is literally just elite beat agents. It's just the community has made beat maps that are fucking impossible for the average person because that's what they want. I don't want to play more of this one. This broke me so fast. Hey, there's messages. There's like a plot or something. I don't know. I'm out, man. What is this shit? Holy crap. So I liked Osu in the early days when the maps were closer to EBA rules. Elite Beat Agents had some really set rules for like spacing and reads on most difficulties until you got absolutely crazy and they fucked with you on purpose. But it was designed to make the charts readable. And like when the community sticks to what made Elite Beat Agents good, Osu is good. But that's not what the community wants. Or at least not the hardcore community everyone's familiar with. I'm sure there's still beat maps out there for normal people, but that's not what people see. Like the one where they did Prince with oh my gosh. Phoenix Wright. There it is. My brain just could not find it. Hi, Solar. The Phoenix Wright one with the Prince music that's trying to actually straight up be an Elite Beat Agent sort of thing. That one's great. And that was made to showcase Osu like years ago by like the creators. And I think that's when Osu's at its best. And if I were trying to say sell a game like Osu, I would lean more towards the casual market. But same with like Step Mania and stuff, the community ones kind of get overrun. Hell, even Mario Maker is overrun primarily with like crazy bullshit for insane people. They get mad if you submit a level on there that's like just a normal Mario level. Same with like the hacking community. It's like, okay, just not what they want. So good grief. Okay, I'm gonna put that one. I'm gonna make a couple piles here. I just put all these icons on my desktop like a fool. That was Fall Fate Impulsive. That is going cleanly into what I am calling the no pile. Just hard no. Hard no. Holy shit. And I'm glad you like the updates to the background, Solar. How hard? I didn't finish the tutorial before I felt like my brain was melting and I wanted to be done. That was horrible. that was a nightmare. Holy shit. I did not feel in control for a single second of playing that. That needs some work. Real bad. I kind of get what they're going for, but it's so much. What do we got here? You know what? Let's go with where's that one? I just saw it. Your Ding Dang Rock. I Am Rock. We're gonna try I Am Rock. Now, I Am Rock looked interesting in a I don't know, I feel like it'll be familiar to some people. I can't remember the name of the thing that it reminded me of, but I think people will recognize it in some sense. If it loads. Ooh, Big Thinky. Good start, Big Thinky. It's doing a Big Thinky. I don't like when it's doing a Big Thinky and in the background my... Oh, wait. Oh. We got something. Yeah, Godot engine. You're a windowless... Oh, my God. Yes. Can I... Okay, I can't see the word loading on my screen. So it... Oh, thank God, the options is on here. Okay. So this loaded in the center-ish of my two displays. It does not have a window border. There we go. Hey, all right. So it opened in window mode, but without a window border. Showed Godot engine logo. I know that setting. Don't turn on that setting unless you really know what you're doing. Always have a window border. I think the full screen is full screen borderless, so I don't know what they're doing. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're over here. Okay, this is I Am Rock. I fixed... let's keep it at 60, please. I like my game not exploding my graphics card. I'm a fan of VSync. Mouse sensitivity, stick. Okay, we got camera. We got controller. That's all I want. Okay, so you're a rock and you're rolling around and you're crushing everything. Now there are a couple games like that in the past that were like PvP or something. I can't remember their name right now. I can say the first one never loads on my computer. Is over. Okay, destroy stuff, get time. Hitting glowing buildings, build up power. Glowing boulder means you heavy fast. Star power, got it. Is it too loud? Or are you just vibing? Okay, left bumper dash, right trigger slow. I don't like that it's bumper and trigger. That's pick one. Pick one. Personal preference. Pick one. Having my fingers sit in different places. Yeah, it probably is free. A lot of these things will be. Starting level. I Am Rock. I Am Rock as I am loading. I mean, I can turn it down. I have the option. I probably could have done it in game, but I can also just do this. Oh yeah, that is a bit loud. Oh my God, my mouse is doing what it wants. Let's put it that way. Okay, yeah, that is really loud. I'm a rock. I guess I'm smashing things. All right. I have a spin dash. That's not what I expected. Okay, can I go this way? Can I go this way? All right, break this tree. Break this tree. Break this house. Break this thing. Okay. I'm stuck. I'm probably gonna die because I'm stuck. Oh, well, big letter. Big letter is a thing. I got the D in demolish. I'll give you the D, girl. Let's break stuff. Like a reverse Katamari. I am stuck. That's not very rock-like of you. Okay, so the assets break, but they leave things and collisions behind. That's not a good start. That's not a good start. I appreciate what they're going for immediately. I'm dead. Okay. Okay. I mean... Hi, bird! One way to smash. You right. I would like to be a rock, but I can live forever. You could also be at the end of Everything Everywhere All at Once. A cracked and unruly rock. I mean, do you really want to be a boring, simple orb? Then you're not a rock, you're a wizard's pet. Yeah, this is loud. I keep turning it down. I'm on like 14 volume. That's a loud game. I can probably change it, but wow. That is a load time. I think I put this one on the solid state. I might have thought it didn't look like it needed it. My bad. Okay. So we just roll, dogs. We're just rolling. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna get this big tree. Okay, so I don't think it's anything super advanced. I would be... Well, that tree's floating. I'd be very surprised if it's not just an asset kit or something. Especially with how the music is. But, like, oh, the D, it's just floating there. But, like, I don't know. It's not bad. It's weird that you can smash house and then bounce off smashed house. I don't know how I feel about that. And it doesn't have the straight line kind of directive flow of like a Katamari or something, but it works. It does the job. I have the thing. I'm going to use the thing. I tried to use the thing. I don't think it... I think I'm just like this now. I don't know what's happening. I think I'm just strong. Okay, I was just strong. And... there, I smashed that, and I smashed this, and I lose all my speed. Let's try doing a dash. No. Okay, so it's not that they can't break the way they need to, it's that the physics needs a little bit of encouragement. Oh, bye. We're doing better this time. We're doing better this time. We are a rock, and we go down a hill, and we smash everything in sight, and we try to collect the D, and we... maybe get another letter sometimes. I'm not getting that tree. I can mess this house up, though. A little bit. Okay. So you have a... So what's this? Oh, this is slow time. Excuse me. Rock of Ages, that's the one. That's the one I was trying to think the name of. Hey, let's tell this to chill the fuck out. That's nuts. Okay. You might not hear shit now, but at least my volume can be a number that's not insane. The problem... Okay, so I'm stuck. Like, I get really stuck. Those are bricks. Maybe I need to care about what the houses are made out of before I just go crazy. Okay, so now I'm higher power, and there, that's knocked down. I did it. And then I can go down the hole, but I'm running low on time, you see. And I'm not gonna find all the letters, I'll tell you that right now. That seems like... Really? Oh! It had to think about that. And now I seem to have glitched through most of that house, and we lose. Okay. Right. Thank you for the blessings on the sneeze. Wow, I can't believe Spritz is talking about hardness and sturdiness right now. Alright, I'll give it one more shot. It's not bad. It's enough that I haven't immediately quit playing. Am I like, I'd spend $10 on this? No. But, like, it's fun enough. It's fine. It works. I could see it becoming some child's very favorite game because they like destruction. And, like, I'd absolutely throw this at a kid, especially. Like, here, little Timmy, you like Legos? What about the opposite? I love the opposite. I know you do. And then I'd be everyone's favorite uncle. Definitely. Unfortunately. Because they refuse to see me as anything else. All right. Whee! Let's go in here. Oh, I haven't been up here before. What's this? What's all this crap? Okay. No, I'm messing this up. Well, never mind. We've lost it. But we can... You know, we can pink. Everyone loves a bit of pink. Oh, come on. Well, I've come to discuss my problems with the church. Okay, so this exists, right? And we can, in theory, launch ourselves. And it really super duper worked. Everyone loved that. We did great. I've yet to find a second letter. I'm assuming at the end of that big dumb hill is another one, but what would I know? So, can I, like, hit this and then go uphill? I know I am a rock, but... Let's be real. There's a big flashing building and a bunch of trees, so... Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. But there's a nice range to the stage. There's stuff going on. I don't know. It's not terrible. It's definitely a physics controller. It's not as, like, custom as, like, a Katamari or something. I recognize how this feels from when I tried to make a Katamari, frankly. Does Breaking Bushes accomplish anything for my score or time? No. No, it was a waste of my effort and a bunch of time. Okay. I understand. I also understand that you're a punk-ass bitch. Fuck your house. And unlike the Plinko thing, I do feel like I'm getting this a little more every time. Like, I have a decent amount of time now. I'm realizing some of the rules. It's not extremely deep or anything, but it's fine. You know, it does its job. It's perfectly playable. I am not frowning like an angry. I'm actually having kind of fun. I know. What a concept. Smashing shit. My inner child is pleased. See the smokestack? No! No, you don't. So stopping to just demolish a whole town is absolutely worth it. Okay, I am never catching up on chat. Well, I'll do my best. It's gonna be a minute. All right, let's go. Oh, M! 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 I missed the D this time, but I found the M. Wet. Big wet. Hey, we bothered to make running water. Look at that. It follows the terrain. That's kind of unexpected. Feels like all the letters are just kind of in weird out-of-the-way spots, which is fine, except for that really pesky time limit you have to worry about. Mind you, the time limit's not so bad once you realize that you can solve everything just by unsolving everything. Okay, we're gonna go. Okay. I could have done better, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, we gotta go here. I'd like to go up one side and then handle the other, but that's just me. There we go. Nice and tasty. Probably be smarter just to use the momentum to go up entirely. I'm stuck. There we go. So the dash is kind of just an unstick me button. It does the job. It could use a little more oomph. Personal feeling. It pauses you like a Sonic spin dash, but it doesn't seem like holding it a different amount of time actually gives you any extra oomph or anything, so... Don't worry about it. Fuck your house. I mean, I have to. Oh, hey. No! Oh. Yeah, we got the D and then I gave you the O. I'm an adult. Okay. Otherwise it'd be weird. That fence specifically says destroy me. Okay. There. It really didn't want to. Umbrellas? Fuck them. Alright, alright, alright. We're smashing. We're smashing. We're Nigel Thornberry the way we're smashing. I wish I could do a little hop. That would make me happy. I know it's not very rock-like, but neither is stopping all momentum and doing a 180, so... You know. Little hop would be lovely. I'd love a little hop. I think a little hop would make this much better. I feel like the stage is a little different this time. Like it's stitching different chunks together or something. I see that. I see you blinking. That or I just blitzed through a lot more of this last time and ignored... No! No! The outhouse lived! Someone can poop remotely without my permission! Wait, the hill also has... Does this have like a big old split? I would love a top-down of this map. I would love to see how this actually stinking works. Okay. Okay. No, I'm crushing it. Literally. Okay. This is upsetting. Okay, as someone who wants to rain hell and chaos upon the world, this is not adequate. This... Go away! Fall, damn you! Good, thank you. Okay. That's what I need. That's what I need in life and in America. Okay. Smash. Call me Markiplier the way I'm willing to smash. Okay, go. Starbomb has the whole Pokemon Smash and Pass song too, and Darren was too bad. Trying to find every letter on this. Wow. Okay. So the insurance in this area must be horrible. I will say that. Now, are pink trees different? Do I get something for smashing pink trees specifically? Because they're only around houses. No, they don't seem to do squat. Okay. Now, okay. Okay. Is it my birthday? It is. Thank you. Alright. It's growing on me. I gotta admit, it's growing on me. Is a nice cathartic fuck the world kind of situation. I am rock, not so bad. Rough start with the presentation, but like, you know. Timmy's first physics game can only do so much. Because you know these houses are probably assets, but so are the trees. I have to imagine. The rock doesn't match anything. It is flat shaded and like PS1 textured. But still. I'm going down this hill, and I'm going to make this farm a harm. Boom. Oh, you're brick. Imagine, like, just hanging out in your house, and there's a literal vindictive boulder rolling down the mountain, and it literally misses your house and stops and pulls a 180. Just like, no, no. No. This bitch is gone. How dare you be on my mountain? You monsters. Alright, so I am managing my time much better this time. So taking your time is apparently strongly encouraged, because slowing down and smashing every house unquestionably gives you just way more room to work, which is awkward. The rock is fueled by destruction and chaos. You add in some like cheat code to like make it so there's bodies you're flinging around. I mean, it'll be violent and parents will be upset, but every child in the world will think it's the greatest game ever. So something to think about. You think about the kids in your life, you tell me they don't like just a lot of straight up destruction and chaos. They do. I'm sure of it. I've never met them. I'm sure of it. Okay. We're going down. Maybe if I can move over the hill. There we go. That's a year away. Aah! Ouch! My face. Red. Okay. That fence lived, and I feel personally insulted by that. So did that one. There it goes. So some of it's a little weird. The fences don't seem to have physics unless you knock them down. Like, you can go right through them. They're not solid. Which is a bit odd. At the same time, if you were a boulder getting stopped by a little chain link fence, I'd be like, wow, that's... Someone installed that really well, so I don't know. Maybe they should just make them fall if you touch them regardless of speed. That'd be my idea. Okay, this frame rate hiccup. Cool, thank you. The good time. I was just trying to... Oh. Yes, fall for mommy. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yeah, yeah. You go down that hill. You go down that hill. I see that. I'm going to destroy that. There's a cave there. That's fun. But this is more fun. Caves are punished. They make time go down. Time go up if I explode everything. And, like, I have to explode everything. What if the map's secretly looped? If you go downhill enough, you're back at the start. Good luck. Be one way to do it. So you have to assume it's either procedural or it eventually ends. But then that makes finding the letters hard because only the D's ever in the same spot. It's either procedural or the map's sticking huge because I haven't found... Okay, this house has chosen to live. So be it. That is a stubborn house. I'm not wasting any more time on it. It has won my respect. I'm gonna go through the little cave though, because I mean, look at it. Look at this little cave. I'm with my people, and now I'm destroying yours. Die. Great view. Okay. Smashing. Yeah, okay, I'll go down here. Cowabunga, dude. You didn't need that light, right? Or that one. Now, if you didn't want me to blow up your houses, you probably should have made them go, what was that up there? It looked like giant wind chimes. Excuse me? What is that? Is that a cell tower? I could destroy 5G? Oh, man, I'd have a whole conspiracy theorist audience at that point. Be like, you did it. You're a hero. Okay, yeah, the sparkles definitely help you with the bricks. Oh my god. The structural integrity is magnificent. Not accurate, but very well done in its own way. Is that a letter? I thought I saw a letter in there. I was excited. I was like, oh, the alphabet, my favorite soup. A lie. I like creamy chicken ramen. Maruchan. There's not a cave here. No, that's just shading. That's just shading. Okay, I'm gonna take a second to actually read what people are saying. I fall like a rot. Yeah. God, we see sin. Okay. Sarah Smash. Yes. Castle. Not anymore. He went into O. Yes. Rest in peace, industry. Especially when I'm done. Domino time. That would be great. We need a big old set of dominoes. Nature hated them specifically. Yep. No mercy. None. No remorse. None. A remodel for the ages. Of a kind. Last Corpse Mentality. I've never played it. Still count impossible to confirm. Listen. Have you ever played Katamari? There is a new Katamari. I haven't gotten a... Yeah, I thought I saw a cell tower. Affront to rocks. No, I'm not. I'm a perfect rock. Crush the heresy. Chat is mostly me. That's fine. I just want to not ignore people. I'm not skilled enough to do a game like this and keep reading it. Oh, hello. 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 Goodbye. Imagine living in this house, you see the rock just slowly struggling up the hill. Just like, I'm gonna get you. Like, damn. It follows, but it's also like, it clumsy. I mean, that's a special porch. I gotta hit the special porch, right? Yeah, there we go. That's a redneck mentality. That's a special porch. I gotta see the special porch. I can't just go home yet. I haven't seen the porch. They built that porch themselves, so I gotta see the porch. It's not me making fun of anybody. That's just me channeling my hometown. Bees! Or something. Oh, shit, I thought they were little beehives. Imagine angering the bees, and then you see people running from bees. See? I could do something like that, right? I could... This is called feature creep, ladies and gentlemen. This is why I'm not in charge of most projects. Screw you. Screw you. I get the feeling this either needs to have a set ending or it goes on forever. Which isn't innately bad. I didn't look through the challenges for I know there is one that's like reach the end within like 5 minutes or something, and I'm absolutely not accomplishing that right now. See that umbrella? No. 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 Never mind. I can't get the umbrella. The umbrella has defeated me in combat. I've been bested by an umbrella. No, I'm not bested by this hill. So good at this hill, guys. Whee! What's over here? This is an odd little alcove. Oh boy, jack shit, my favorite. No, it's not jack shit. Me. You guys are jack shit though. Goodbye! Smash! Smash! Let me smash. Oh no, let me smash. Oh my god. The hills on this is tricksy. They've done it. They've added difficulty scaling via big hill. Also, I swear the frame rate is very slowly getting worse. Somewhere between all the physics objects and everything, I wonder how it's doing the map scaling and all that. And I'm a little worried that things are not disappearing when they're supposed to, but it could just be the abundance of chunks. Yeah, that despawned, but straight up was like, we're done. Okay, so there is a line. It is despawning them. That's good. Something you gotta look out for. Games that will slowly overload and or blue screen your computer. It is a concern to think about when you're trying these things. Especially little indie dev stuff that's probably like going on the asset store and grabbing scripts and stuff online. And I didn't check this one for AI stuff. You gotta look for that too. Like, they don't give a shit. I looked for that with the smut stuff. Because it's all AI at this point. It's really upsetting. Yeah, give me all the points. What was the score goal again? I think I did it. But there's still stuff standing. No. 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 Alright, I get what they're going for with the time system. I don't know if I like the time system. I think it's, because this has been dragging on for over 15 minutes. That's a long time to play one round of something like this. You know what I mean? And again, as far as I can tell, this just kind of keeps going. We're not getting that. That's gone. This isn't, though. Something flashing over here. Spritz, that is 200,000. You've added a 0 in your mind. Unless the goal is 2 mil, in which case, yikes. Oh wait, that looks like some kind of ending over there. Have we found it? And that looks special. Okay, anything for going through the big pink balloons? Fuck you, I blew you up. Okay, so there is an end. You eventually reach the bottom of the big dumb mountain. And I got bonus points for the letters and the extra time. Okay, you know what? You know what? That's not bad. For how long that round is, it's cathartic. It's a little jank, but look at that. 2 minutes 45 seconds. For real? Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta see how fast I can go. I gotta. You just told me to divide my run time by like 10. Hold on. Hold the fuck up. Alright. Alright, alright. We're out the gate. Dash. Okay, we're going straight the fuck. Straight the fuck. As fast as we can, straight the fuck. Boom! Now we still gotta break stuff because we need time. And also, we get glowing stuff, we go faster. I don't know if I can balance that. That's actually really tough. Like, trying to intentionally reach the end quickly while also keeping that timer from zeroing out. That's a big ask. That's actually an interesting little challenge. I could see that really frustrating me, to be fair, but that's because I'm a big bitch, baby. Alright, so here's the big dumb cave I went through before, and that drained my whole timer. It's fast, but there's jack in it. Right? Then you come out here, you see this house? No, you don't. And you keep going. Holy cow. Alright, there goes our fast juice. We only have 6 seconds, so we gotta stop and actually break something or we lose. We lose. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. That is interesting, and that could be time to... That could be fun to go after. Back to the cave. Not gonna grind that right now. That load time's a little too long. I don't know if I put this on the solid state. It takes a hot second to load up stages, and it doesn't seem that complicated. Become Nature's Avenger. Clock is capped at 98 seconds. No? Oh, my life. Bucko Burr. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. This one, say goodbye to the game capture. It's going away now because it's very loud. Okay. I liked that one. That one is going to go in the S pile, actually. I was kind of in the middle on it before, and then I spent half an hour on it or some shit. So that one's pretty good. That was actually quite enjoyable. As expected, when you're playing Next Fest demos, real ping pong affair. I Am Rock, not bad. Has some room for improvement, but not bad. The challenges add some life to it. The stage is pretty big. You can take your time or try to haul ass. The multiple challenges is good. The demolish means you want to explore. The other stuff's just, yeah, like whatever they're doing to make that, they at least have an idea for a game that is functional and a game. Good job. I want to actually play your game. You did it. That is at this point not a bad target. Let's see here. Sweep incremental. Yeah, I'll try that. What if Minesweeper was an incremental game? That was the idea on that. Why not? Step 1. Game has to load. I know. If it's boring, I won't do it on here. I'm trying to make this mildly interesting to watch. Alright, we're changing this to Sweep incremental. We're going to show up on my screen. Bam. Hey, all right, cool. We're golden. All right, we're going to play Sweep incremental. That's hard to say. They could work on the name. All right. Look, it's Minesweeper. Boom. Okay. Minesweeping. I can minesweep. It's kind of a... That's cruelty. We know this one. 2. Boom, boom, boom. 2. It's one of these. It's not this. 2 of these. Chancing it. All right. I earned $22. Now we get upgrades. Get more money on sell. Okay. +1 turret. What the hell was that? Unleash the evil parrot. Okay, I mean, we got goals. We got goals. Spawn gold cells. Gain a rabbit. Okay. You know what? You've piqued my curiosity. What? Oh, bollocks, dudes. Died immediately. That's a rough door. Upgrades. Sure, I don't think I can afford any of them. That's max. That's a millions. That's 20. We got a turtle. Whatever the turtle does. All empty cells give $2. Get 20% when winning a board. So there's no benefit to winning a board right now. It's just more money. Okay, so I got a turtle. What's the turtle do? I don't know. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Boom. All right, so $28. We need at least, wait, 15. Plus 3 money on one cell. Okay. That link's down here. Upgrade the board, I can get a bigger board. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, bam, bam. That was easy. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Done. And see, now it's suddenly $50. This escalates quickly. This escalates quickly. Now to get the next animal is 1,000. Okay. But it's escalating quickly. At 64, I can get more money per cell. I get a bonus when I win. We probably want extra money on... Oh, we get extra money on cells with the number 1 in them. Get 2 explosive cells? Does that mean 2 more I lose? Maybe. I tried clicking on it. Didn't do anything. Maybe it happens if I fuck up. I'm going to sneeze again. I'm sorry. Okay, this is 1. This is 1. There's 81. Okay. So, 81. I wish it said what the turtle does. All empty cells give $2. Alright. 20% winning board. Okay, so we just buying upgrades we can afford at this point, right? Wish there was more choices involved, but right now, I mean, it's an early and an incremental. Let's find one of these and this. Ooh. One of these and one of these. Perhaps you... Yep, turtle stops the bomb. Somehow. That... I can move the camera. I can move the camera, but I can't move the camera. I can zoom in and out, but I can't pan, I guess? I don't know. I feel like it's slowly getting off center as I do that. Okay. So, I mean, the turtle seems fine. He blew it up, it looks like. I don't know. Like, middle mouse didn't do it. Waz didn't move it. I'm confused how I moved the camera. 5% money per flag bomb. That could add up. 5% when winning a board. Let's do that. I think that is more useful at the moment. Okay, so we go boom. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. A bunch of money. And it shows how it adds up. Okay, that's nice. And 4 bomb bonus. Bam, bam, bam. $100. Okay. And then we can gain 20% if we win. And we still haven't gotten this. Still haven't gotten that. Okay. It slowly expands. I like that it expands. I don't like that I don't have any hint how much it'll expand to. Yeah, I get it. Okay. That did nothing. Alright. The fact you go in there every game is also kind of annoying and also kind of negates the choice. I think they could skip that and probably be fine. You know what I mean? Like, only come in here when I want to? My phone is exploding. Why is my phone exploding? Just messages from mom and my brother. Okay. Happy birthday, me. Everyone's calling me my dead name. Yeah, okay. 50. Okay, cool. There. Boom. Now, Spritz, if it makes you feel better, I've only killed 1 turtle. This sucks. Can only be one of these. It has to be one of these. So we know it's this. It's not that. That doesn't help much. Yep, okay. This also sucks. Okay, there we go. Now, a button to start another game without going in here would be nice, but I guess not. So the turtle is nice in the whole you never really can guarantee Minesweeper will give you a wholly solvable board. That was me winging it. Did you like that? Now, I can get more explosive cells. Does that mean that there's more problems on the board? Because that could be scary. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So we need 500. We got it. Okay, the board is now bigger. Our next goal is 1,000. We can find what the hell the rabbit is. Oh, it's a lot bigger. Okay. Okay, they only explode when you actually are able to clear them. I can't say it's bad. I can say it's tailor-made to be dangerous for me. Personally, I actually kind of love Minesweeper because I'm a little freak. That was $1,000 by itself, so that's probably why that's so hard to afford. Okay. We now have a rabbit. We can work towards another board upgrade, another turtle, and okay. I feel like this started slowly and is now escalating very quickly. It is, again, a demo, so they're probably looking for feedback while they're... What? What? Oh! 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 That is depressing. Okay. Well... That's helpful. It's sad, but it's helpful. How to feel about that? If you beat it before the rabbit dies, is that a thing by chance? Because that'd be kind of funny. Do I want another turtle? Or I want more cells. I want more money. Those are good. I didn't mean to click that already, but those are good, so fine. Because that, boom, board clears out. Look at that. 2, boom. 2, boom. All right. I'm getting the sense it's kind of hard if you want to try to save the money. I don't think that's going to happen very often. At this stage of things, at the very least. Oh, no. Wait, no. There's 3. Well, okay. That solved it for me. Then we got this. Turtle Gamble. Pete has an issue with everything. I don't care. I get another turtle. I get more money per flagged bomb. I mean, that's... More money is how we get further, right? We don't want to spend all day on this. Okay, that's 2... Mr. Bun Bun. I didn't know you were so brave. Yeah, there he goes. Like, oh. It's almost overwhelming. The rabbit's just like, I'm doing it. Like, oh no, Mr. Bunny! Please, no! Like, stressing me out. I gotta save the bunny. I can't even think. The bunny's going. Get another turtle. All number cells give an extra $10. Done. More money make game faster. Oh. Thank you for your service. Okay, so we know that. We know this. We know that. We know this. Fudge muffins. We know this. Gamble. Good. Oh, okay. So yeah, it looks like all the upgrades are primarily things that make Minesweeper easier. Jam, Cloud, any of them. And we're getting 3,000 in a board now, so that's adding up real fast. Boom, bigger board, right? Okay. We're getting a lot more turtles. Explosive cells are bigger. That seems nice. Now it's tall. Like Fluttershy's type. Okay, so... Again, there's no real punishment for screwing it up. I wish these were something that my brain registered better, though, because I keep forgetting these are actually... Like, I really have to think about that for some reason. Fudge. I think I love fudge. Okay. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Was that stupid? No. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. My brain was like, wait. Nope. Oh, yeah, it was that one. I forgot. That's what I'm talking about. That's what's throwing me off. The fact the flags are red and the blown up bombs are not. I need to know what the evil parrot is, right? Like that's mandatory. We have to find out. In fact, most of these only have one level is a little depressing, but that's fine. Okay, board is bigger. All empty cells give an extra $100. That's pretty major. Second, all right, we're gonna do this because more money. More money. Let me live the fantasy of having money. Thank you, Katie's dad, for money for the birthday pizza. Oh, he hit an explosive. Oh. I was like, yeah, the bunny's doing good. Oh. That's the harshest part of this whole mellow, man. All right. 2, 3. Okay. This one might actually warrant some feedback. I do that once in a while. I'll brave the Steam forums. Be like, here's what I thought of your thing. If I actually have viable feedback. Woohoo! Okay, the parrot's starting to seem a little more viable, bit by bit. Okay, so 10 grand. 10 grand. Bonus cells, explosive cells blow up big. And we can get another turtle, which means this gets even easier. Boom. Okay. Sure. Oh. Wow. I've heard rabbits just, like, want to die half the time, and I'm believing it right now. Yeah, that's okay. I kind of instant death, too, to be fair. Oh, 5. It's only one of these, which means it's only one of those, and I have no idea which. Okay, it's one of these. That doesn't help me. All right, that didn't help me either. Cool. That was a rough board. that was a rough one. Oh, other turtle. Oh, hey, more money on 3 cells and +2 rabbit. Excuse me? I can do that right now. I can do that right now. All right, now we got 3 rabbits. They all come out at once. If I hurry, can I? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, okay. Okay. Don't think about the rabbits. Just try to save the rabbits by working quickly. No, damn it. Everyone who's ever had a pet rabbit right now is just like, yeah, it seems about accurate. Oh, okay. So 3 and 2. It's one of these. So, oh, okay. How much money are we getting for a cleared board now, though? A pretty good amount. Going up a little bit at a time. Okay. Okay. I can get another turtle. Gain 50% money per turtle used. So if I play like a dumbass, I get more money? Really? Now Peter's angry. At some point, you're racing the rabbits. Okay. So we want the turtles to die, but we don't want to blow it too hard in case we actually need a turtle. The bunnies sit on the numbers. That makes it even harder to save the bunnies. They all die at once. Why am I able to talk so much about a Minesweeper game? What is wrong with me? Well, one of these is it. Okay. The hat trick is that the rabbits... No. Oh, because that... Fuck. Every time. Turtle bonus. Just an extra 11,000. Because I use my turtle. Really? So even if I lose, I get a crap load of money. Alright. I don't get a lot of 4 cells, but I get some. Okay, we got another rabbit. That can upgrade again. We can get more explosive cells. We get more reduce rabbit weight so they go faster? I'll never save a bunny. Unless the bunnies manage to clear the board, I guess. I guess that's a thing that could happen. Like, look at that right out the gate. Yeah, I stopped you from suicide, you dipshit. No, I didn't use my turtles. I used my turtles, man. Okay. See, now there's decision making. Now it's getting interesting. Make the rabbits faster. I have to know. Okay. Will never be forgotten because their corpses litter the entire battlefield. I need to use turtles. Okay, there's 2 turtles. There's a turtle. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Done. This 1, 2. The rabbits are dead. I should just calm down. The rabbits are dead. The rabbits died. They're dead. Okay. And I use my... Oh! Okay. This game would ruin my life. Now, more turtles, more money. More turtle is more money. Get more money per flagged bomb, which means turtles, but turtles are worth a bunch per... And then more explosives. But explosives stop you from flagging bombs. So these are kind of... They help, but less and less bombs actually get flagged because the bunnies and the turtles. So the flags are kind of like secondary. That's so weird. Okay, so I can see, in theory, room for playstyle development in that, which is good for an idle game. You want that. It's unusual for something like this, but it is good for an idle game. I am fascinated. You stupid fucker. I tried. I really tried. It was flagged by the time he got there, but that wasn't good enough for him. He had to... I forgot the turtles! That could have been so much money. I forgot the turtles. Ah, okay. I can do both. Why am I thinking so hard? And then this... Oh, bigger board. Okay. Bigger board, more money. More money, more power. More power. Okay, 2 turtles. Done. Okay, I used the turtles. This one, and a bunny. 2 bunnies lived. 2 bunnies lived. It doesn't know what to do. The bunnies lived. Wait, no. I had a false flag. Like Alex Jones. There is no bonus for keeping bunnies alive. There's no bonus for keeping bunnies alive. Also, it doesn't look like the flagging actually matters. It looks like as long as the bomb is detonated without killing you. Interesting. There's no benefit to saving the bunnies. So we can get a bigger board. We want that. I would love this because that's more money, but bigger board is also more money. And now it wants us to work towards this. We don't know what that is. And then we can work towards that, which seems to be the end of the demo. Fuck off with streamboo.com. I am engaged. Oh, okay. That's a big boy. Gonna take a turtle there. We're gonna do this and this. I'm gonna take the turtle there. Okay. That's clear. Ooh. Okay, this is good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 3. Okay, there's my other turtle. So 1, 2, 3, 4. These are good. Oh, I had another turtle. I forgot. More money. So this is good. This is fine. The problem here is if you mess up, it will just keep compounding. That's the trade. If I make a bad decision, it will keep escalating. But look at that. The turtles gave me 100 grand by themselves. The turtles they're the best. They're goated. I love the turtles. The turtles are my best friends. I need to know what you are. Okay, we do not have enough for this yet, but we're getting close. We can get more per bomb. Now we're done with this entire area, I believe. Yes. Okay. 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 Do you like how I'm more hyper doing this than I am most action games? Do you like my Minesweeper addiction coming out? Wait until a good pinball game hits. You'll all wonder if you even knew me. All right. There's that. I need to commit death. There. Okay, I got 2 more turtles I gotta use. 2, 3, 4. Okay. I've now used my turtles. So win or lose, that is worth doing. Which is good because that's bullshit. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of these. Same with that. It's not this. And it's not that or this. It is this, which is that. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Got it. Okay. I love logic puzzles. That's my big secret. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, so we start with a gold cell, and it gives us just a free 10 grand. And we can get more of them, which gives us 50 grand every game. Okay. That's called an investment. I should use my turtles early, but I'm dumb and I don't think about it. I try to keep one, because I do try to actually win the board. Okay. What's the matter, baby? Are you even awake? Am I hearing? Oh, they're there. Okay. 1, 2. Not you. Not you, not you. Turtle on purpose. Clear it. That was stupid, because this is a pure... Oh! Pure risk corner. Alright. That could have been bad, but we got it. And we got the gold. We used the turtles. 200% bonus, 500% for the bombs, $500,000. Okay, that eagle's sounding a lot more reasonable now, isn't it? How much is that? 10 million. All right, well, there's $500,000 right there on just that run. More gold, more rabbits, more money per bomb, more explosives, and if a 5 shows up, we get another 10 grand. I want this, and I want the explosives. Actually got to make choices. That makes me happy. I like choices. Okay, boom. There's 2 of these right away. I tried to use a turtle and the game said no. There we go. There's a turtle. There's a turtle. We'll save one for now. This is marked. Yeah, just let the bunnies die. There's apparently no downside to that. Yes. So 1, 2, and there we go. I didn't get to use the last turtle. The bunnies took care of it. You give me a bonus per dead bunny, we're rolling in it. That was 2.2 million just for the turtles I did use. So, yeah, Evil Parrot is incoming rapidly. But for the sake of argument, more gold cells, more explosive cells, bigger board, bunnies. Go. So it could use some balancing on how fast it escalates, clearly. There's a turtle. There's a turtle. I have one more. There we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom. Right. 2, boom. Yup. No. That was a gold and an explosive. They can stack. That's good to know. Now we're trying to win. 4, 2. 1, 2, 3. Not a lot of options there. There's a 5. There's 1. 1, 1. Done. And we get quite a lot. Quite a lot. Okay. Right, and then from there, we can go ahead and grab this and that. And another bunny. Why not? Oh, they're faster now. They're faster. They just go fast. And now we should be one game away from finding out what the evil parrot is. Which is shaking. It is shaking. Like, that is a temptation, right? This is probably a good time to bring up. I have installed Endless Minesweeper on my phone for exactly 1 day, and I had to uninstall it because it was ruining my life that quickly. This is so for me. Turtle. Let's just combine frickin' Cookie Clicker with Minesweeper, and you'll never leave the house again. Just stream this professionally, you lunatic. Okay, 1, 2. Yes. Okay. Even better. Good. 1, 2, 3, done. 1, 1, 1. I have to play it for real because I spammed my turtles, you see. Give or take that. If you still count that as real Minesweeper, anyway, I'm playing for real. One. Ooh. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Clear. 1, 2, 3. Done. Take that. Yeah, that's enough for an evil parrot, I think. Alright, we're gonna unleash the evil parrot. I'm the evil parrot. Yeah, you are. I'm actually pretty nice. I just really want you to wishlist the game. I probably will, you monster. But I do say please and thank you. Wishlist the game. You got it. Please and thank you. You know what? I'm sold. I'm genuinely sold. I think the start could use a little more animals, you say. I mean, you had me, but millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, 2 trillions. Yeah, I know. I don't think that's how you spell that. But I won't be evil about it, so I'm pretty nice, as we've previously established. So wishlist the game. I will, but you keep saying new things. Please and thank you. Smiley face. All right. You got it, boss. I loved that. That was so my shit. And you can keep playing if you want. No, that ruled. That genuinely, that rules. Allow board dragging. Hey, look at that. Okay. Yeah, absolute Sarah bait. That is Sarah bait for days. Delete, save, and do it all again live on stream. Hell yeah! All right. That's Sweep Cremental. My verdict on Sweep Cremental is I'm sorry if that bored all of you, but I was delighted. So we will not go right into the other game that says Coin Sweeper. Sorry about that. I did get 2. But let's get something... what's this? Cat Venture, The Curse of the Dark Tower. That sounds on brand. Oh, Katie needs a pause. Okay, we'll do a pause real quick. Stretch, hydrate. Bird is unleashing her broccoli. And ad break ends in 1 second. I decided to run once, so I was okay for a second anyway. You need to help with something real quick. Okay, welcome back. I have music playing in the background that's definitely not the Fallout theme. Here we go. Maybe, if it's going to show. Cat Venture, The Curse of the Dark Tower. Now, this also loaded up in a borderless window that only fills a small part of my screen, which I'm getting tired. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I know this font. Video, display mode. Yeah. So you started windowed with no bordered and you're full screen borderless. Uh-huh. Yep. Someone else is using Godot. It is, oh, it's one of those games where if I alt tab, it stops doing stuff, but it still shows up over here, so whatever, fine. Okay, game. This one seemed on brand. So here we are. And the only option is full screen or windowed, huh? Okay. No scale setting. It's not easy, to be fair. How's the audio on this one? Does it need to be a little loud? It looks like it needs to be a little loud. For now. About like right. Is that good? I think that's good. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're going to try Cat Venture. The Curse of the Dark Tower. I'm a cat! Okay, I've got immediate Gungeon vibes. How do I do anything? Oh, well, there's that. It's a bit of Hammer Watch. Y to open your inventory. Bow. You've equipped the bow. I can now shoot. Okay, by default goes the direction I'm facing. It's a fairly set range, and it's not like mind-blowing power, but it's working. Jump on the world's longest cooldown. Always fun. Bombs. B to drop bomb. Xbox B. Which is not where that shows up on the cross up there, nor where it is on my Switch controllers. That's frustrating. Okay, yeah, big Hammer Watch vibes, if you just ignore the fact that... Okay. Oh, don't do this to me. Making me aim and shit. Yes, I'm going to bring the whole tower down because I'm a rock, you see. And then George Bush comes jumping out of the bushes. A rock! That one, George. Timely joke! Timely joke! Yo, that slime... that spits. I'm almost dead. Okay. Okay. Alright, I hate to do this to myself because I am such a stinking gamepad person, but this might be a WASD and mouse game. I don't do that for many, but the aiming is not working with me. Paired with the fact I'm manually hitting the shoot button is killing me. Increases bomb damage by 20%. Increases cat HP. 5 chance. Yes, please. I'm a squishy. But oh, it's a rogue. Well, it won't matter because we're almost dead. Oh yeah, we're gonna be bad at this, dogs. Okay. Oh, I can just hold it. I can just hold it, dudes. I can just hold it. That helps a lot. I'm just holding it. I might be able to do the gamepad, actually. Increases push force, leaves a mini bomb when dashing, gains 10% movement and attack speed when HP is low. Let's try this. There is no button to... Well, unless this lets me alter it. No. Okay. Oh, it was the key. I got a gold helmet. That's not the right button. Okay. Defense. Ooh. And I'm not immediately dead. Okay. Hello? Oh, right. I got the dash thing. Bad time to look at chat. I got confused. I'm up there. Okay, this makes me feel much less annoyed, just being able to hold the button. Now, my hot take on a twin stick shooter situation is if I'm just gonna hold down the button, just make it shoot when I aim with the gamepad. Because if I didn't want to shoot, I wouldn't be aiming. You know what I mean? There's so far no reason to aim besides to shoot. So, that's my hot take on that. That's funny. Yeah, I want to blow them up. Thank you. Anything that makes me kill better is a winner. The soundscape could use a little bit of excitement. I won't lie. Do you enjoy ooh-ee-oo? It's not a hyper engaging audioscape. That's stupid. The fact the bats can shoot death sides at me is quite rude. That's worse than what I have in every way, so. Ooh, they can dash. Branch? Experience gained by 10%. That's interesting. This is a special color. We're going to grab that because I feel like stronger, faster would help. Probably the demo is long enough for it to matter. As interesting as this pairing the bomb stuff up is. You know what I mean? Really? Oh, hey, there we go. Well, he got me too, though. Look, I'm cheeky. Let me blow you up through the walls. That's all I'm saying. The explosion doesn't seem to actually do extra damage. It just seems to knock them back a little. Which is fine, I guess, but not very interesting. I guess if they were in a group, it would hurt a bunch of them, but... Oh, I can hurt myself with my own dash bombs. That's shit. Kinda hoping the ones that you leave behind as your evasion thing would not hurt you personally, but alright. I get it, I guess. Sets enemies on fire. I already had that. I'm thinking the last run. I think I am thinking the last run. HP seems to be at a bit of a premium here. Alright, so what do you want? Not the Triforce. Cost gold. Well, I have it. Special door opened. What's in here? The chapel. Heal. Okay. Hey, Ina. Sarah is Cade. Sarah is Ottercade. Sometimes people forget that first half is not the only thing. healing for Smash. Wait. That would be a different kind of game. Kind of game that would get me banned from Twitch.com. No, it's Twitch.tv, isn't it? They paid for the bougie thing. Safety boots! Oh, he's still alive. I was not paying attention. I was thinking about my safety boots. They make me want to dance if you want to, so you can leave your friends behind. Reduces trap damage. And that's it. Okie dokie. These hit each other. I think I got healed for hitting that, which is interesting. I did. Okay, so every entity counts as an enemy. That is... I know exactly how they'd fix that, but it's funny that they didn't. I'm trying to have happy birthday. The games are fun. I lost my ring. I can't find my ring. See, this one seems bonus. Frostbomb, Feline Lock. This is gold, man. But I don't know if it does anything, so I don't poison or ignite enemies. So I think more XP is what we're going for. Unless my arrows start lighting guys on fire, because the bombs aren't fucking... Like, I can see the appeal of the bombs, but the bombs are not doing her. I have to put myself in real danger for the bombs to actually work, and I'm kind of bad. What we got? Another Novice's Hood! Hooray! I've never been so erect. I'm basically salivating. And not because there's cookies in the corner. Hello, other cat. Crafting. Hello. Alright, iron helmet. Worse than my... Oh, well, no. Safety boots. Sorcerer's robe. Defense and HP. I don't have any robe, but I don't have enough of the scraps. Shell armor. I don't have enough for that. Iron armor. I can do that. Give me some armor. Cool, I made armor. I got it. Baby, do you want a cookie? Baby, want a cookie? That is a soft-ass cookie. That fell apart in my hand. Okay. So the next question is, can I sell my bullshit that I don't want? A lot of sticks. What can I do with that? Armor of Thorns. I could have made that. Iron bow. I could have made that. I didn't realize there's a scroll wheel. Ooh. Boomerang. Oh, good lord. Defense ring. All right. I couldn't afford it, iron armor. Archer's hat. Interesting. Oh! Oh, I ended up buying it when I... Ooh, that's frustrating. The bow is better in every way. Hitting the button to come out of the pause menu. Oh. Ended up buying the thing in front of me. It counted as an interact. That is also... I mean, there's ways to fix that. I don't know. That was me trying to dodge and use the bomb. It worked great. Oh boy. As- Yeah, the dodge bomb is maybe if I had melee weapons, which so far I've not even seen be a thing, they'd be more useful, but for how this is set up, that was just kind of a waste. Archaeologist hat. Okay. Also a proud Godot tradition. Sometimes the game just decides to hiccup when it loads a new shader. Any new material, really. Essence of the Dead. I don't think we're making much farther than this, and I cannot see myself being asked to do this again, so file your verdicts now. No, wait. There we go. Yeah. So. What's the matter, baby? Take it? Yeah. I'm processing my thoughts for a second. Can I get you anything? If last night still, or? Oh, sorry. Do you want some Pepto? Okay. Well, let me know if you need anything. Kazzy has a tummy ache. Everyone fix it. Oh, okay, so now we have this. We can choose a starting weapon. This shoots much slower, but does more damage and has more range. And we have basic upgrades, yeah. More damage, more force. They're kind of expensive. And also we're back to so I'm not impressed. There's potential. Don't get me wrong. I can see a potential in it. Oh, I'd eat shit. I'm done though. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't planning on making a meth pile, but I want to like it. Conceptually, I like a good dungeon crawl. I like looting. You can't sell your shit that I could find, which made me sad. So I was holding on to all those fucking novice hooves. You can't scrap them for parts. That would also be nice. Unless there's extra rooms I haven't found. Possible. I do feel like, again, with the twin stick shooter situation, unless there is a specific reason not to in your interactions, your right stick that you're using to aim, if you are aiming with it, you should just automatically be shooting, especially since I can just hold the fire button. Which is the only reason I was able to go back to gamepad. I much prefer a gamepad for a game like this, personally, because I lose track of my mouse in a hectic situation, and it doesn't help that the mouse was actually using Godot's built-in mouse cursor, I believe. By which I mean, the reason I didn't do this in Slime Force, I can bring that up real quick if you guys want to see what I'm talking about here. I think I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, give me a sec. Let me hop over. I'm gonna go to the cave real quick, and we're gonna go ahead and let Cat Venture go to sleep. If I can find the, there it goes. Wow, I couldn't find the exit game button. Okay, I'm gonna launch Slime Force so I can explain what I'm talking about. Quick and simple. All right, it's right on the title screen. The fact that I use Godot means I get to learn what some of these games are doing. That's like, oof. Is this working? Boom. Please. Okay, cool. So here's the situation, right? I'm doing Godot engine. First off, I had to do a lot of testing and fucking with my settings. Game does not launch the first time in borderless full screen. The engine just doesn't like that the first time you launch a game. I don't know why. Once you have like Windows working, it might be a Windows bug or something, the way it interacts, because it's cross-platform. I don't know. But it tends to start in a windowed scale and with the borderless full screen properties. So all that is a window with the border remove scale to fill your screen. Something goes wrong there in most versions that I've played with. But you'll note here my mouse is my little hand, right? So this is not using the built-in cursor functionality in Godot. The built-in cursor functionality, as best I can tell, doesn't really let you scale sprites well. I'd have to revisit it. It's been a while. This was one of my early implementations. It was a pain in the ass. I wanted to animate this, and I wanted it to match the pixel size of the various artwork in the game, and it even locks to the integer scale. I could change it, but whatever. It snaps to integer. It has, and this is the caveat, exactly 1 frame of lag. So wherever your mouse cursor was last frame is where this shows up. This doesn't bother me, but then Yuri has played it on Linux and says it feels like the mouse has like acceleration applied to it or something. I don't know why it would. I didn't implement that. So, but if you use the built-in cursor functionality, you cannot control the scale of the sprite like this. It will show up pixel perfect. So when I was using the mouse briefly in the Cat Venture game, my crosshair was 4K resolution while the game was not. So it made my crosshair smaller and easier to lose in the mess. You lose that frame of latency, which is ideal in most situations. But the trade is your shit's tinier and doesn't match the scale of your game. It's a decision to make. The fact that it specifically does it when you're using the mouse, then replaces it with an in-game thing when it's using a gamepad. Again, decisions, but also settings are hard to set up. We've seen 2 games in a row try to launch full screen and fail that were made in Godot. So that's my little nerd insight on that. And that is something I can convey to some of these people sometimes if I feel like doing it, but whatever. Whatever. So Cat Venture going into the new legendary meh pile. Okay. So let's see here. Eeny, meeny, miny, what's this one? Kingdom's Return Time. Music Hell, Mio Aquaria. Like I got Barcore. Is Liz here? Is Liz present? Why is my window freaking out on the cave? So let's peek. No, she's not. She is. She's in a different thing because she's mod. You know what? Yeah, screw it. We're gonna do Barcore. Well, I figured Liz would want to be here for Barcore if she hasn't played it herself already. Yeah, I know. No, do not run that. Valheim had a post. Okay. Dog game. Yeah. Dog parkour. From, what's this say? Varsov! From Varsov. Okay, I need to set this up to actually capture Barcore. This is launching full screen borderless properly. It also says Chase. So the Windows title is Chase. And now it's loading, so we're going to be here for a minute, I think. Oh, I can't even switch to it. It's pissed. All right, we wait, and it might not like that I switch windows. Some games don't. Some games simply do not. Oh, there we go. We're in. We're in, and it's a weird size on my screen. I don't know why. All right, well, whatever. It won't matter because we'll go over here. Boom. Parkour. I clicked into the window, and it freaked out. Wait. Oh, my God. Oh. Okay, we're, oh. There's 2 serenades on screen. Oh my God. Alt F4, maybe? Yep. Alt F4 made it work better? Not full screen, please. Holy shit. Apply changes. I need to see if my computer's on fire now. Christ. All right. Okay. Ooh. Okay, my window scaling's all weird. Uh-huh. Okay, Discord is fine. How's OBS? I'm in the right spot. Good Lord. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. That was fun. Wow. How's everybody doing? Okay. That was my computer not liking when a game goes full screen. I don't think any multi-monitor setup does. Particularly. I'm surprised they still do that these days. I'm not sure what the actual advantage is, but whatever. We're now in Barkor. I guess. Jesus. That was terrifying. That was a mess. That was my screen having a hiccup like 6 times. Boy. Okay. Oh, we've got a frame rate. Oh, no. Okay.
I must admit, your self-defense skills are quite impressive. Sparky.
I should have checked the graphic settings.
You're gonna be a fine agent.
That dog is dead, probably.
After some training, that is.
Oh.
You have implemented it during the recruit's sleep.
This should allow him to understand our speech and...
Wait! He's up.
A woo. Like, that's a great fur shader, but that is probably not helping. Please let me get into an options menu again.
Welcome to Men's Agent Training, Recruit Thunder. I'm Senior Agent Storm, your mentor.
Uh-huh.
Behind these doors, you will receive your parkour training. A course focused on movement. Go to the next room to start.
Oh, I know. I understand basic. Okay. Settings, please. Graphics, please. Texture quality, shadow. Oh, yeah, you just put it on, like, ultra settings for everything, huh? VSync on. Huh. Let's see if that helps. That's at least tolerable?
Good. Now jump over these obstacles.
Okay. I think I still want to mess with that a bit, but... What was the button that brought up the... I don't know how I brought the pause menu on the... Okay. Wow. I'm going to turn this down to 1080. Thank you very much. And that'll probably seal the deal. I am now crouching and I don't know why. I am holding A to jump higher. But that's still chugging. Holy shit. Alright. Alright. No, it's fine. Listen. Oh yeah. We're turning it all down. Okay. If that doesn't make this run better, nah. Alright, well, so far I can't get out of the tutorial, so I am holding A to jump higher. And it's, like, the dog looks good, don't get me wrong. Like, that shader looks, or whatever they're doing there. I don't know if it's shell fur or what. Like, it's dense. That is dense fur. That is shell fur. That is an incredible face count. Holy shit. The dog alone is probably a huge amount of the lag. Like, that model is very detailed. But genuinely, I'm running, I'm jumping. Is it because I hit the wall? Why is there... I am holding A to jump. I'm holding A to jump over the obstacles. I will go back to the start. Did I piss you off somehow? Am I supposed to do something different? Spacebar. No, I'm still jumping like a little bitch. Is it the frame rate? Does my horrible frame rate actually make me worse at jumping? Like, it feels like I am almost able to, and then I just don't. Spacebar. Spacebar. Jumping. Jumping. I am holding A to jump higher. I cannot maintain enough speed to do it from over here. You jump like a little bitch. Guys, I think I'm cupheading. I can't get over this wall. Alright, I blew up the dog. Yeah, I feel like maybe it just wasn't designed with the frame rate in mind, so the physics are kind of weird, because the jump feels... Like, that felt close, right? But it just can't do it. I don't think I can run parkour. I think we're SOL on parkour. I can... Unstuck. That just blew me up again. Yeah. So go back to time. Nope. Well. That sucks. I was looking forward to that one. Alright. The verdict is me no run it good enough, I guess. That's sad. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh damn it. Did I fix it? Am I the right size? Yeah. No, that bums me out. I really wanted to like parkour. I'm sad about that. It just wouldn't run well, and then it felt like, again, my best theory is like somehow the frame rate was making the jump worse. Like, I was close to getting up there and I just couldn't. I didn't have the momentum to do a jump from the back or anything. Like, I couldn't find a way. Either that or it glitched out somehow and just something that spawned in that was supposed to, or... That sucks. That feels bad. Putting that next to fucking Fall Fate Impulsive is misery. I did not want that for Barcore. Alright. Well, let's try this thing. Go, Mr. Chickums. We'll try go, Mr. Chickums. Yeah, that launch, it must be Unreal Engine or something. Unreal Engine and my computer are not friends, and now there's like Unreal 5 or 6 or whatever the new one. I think it's 5. It's the main reason I haven't jumped on the new Monster Hunter, well, besides money. Well, I haven't gotten a shot at what you call it, basically anything new that's had hype. It's just not even on my wish list hardly, because I don't know if I can actually run it. Anyway, go, Mr. Chickums. I guess we're doing that instead. This is basically parkour, right? So, I'm a sucker for a nice screen-by-screen arcade game. Think your Bubble Bobbles and stuff. So, if this goes anything like how it looked, I don't even think I ever watched it. I think I saw the gist and went, yep. Like, I saw the gist and was all about it. Just love crap like this, so... I have no idea what I'm doing. I've got an egg. I can apparently plant the egg. I can hit dudes with the egg. Fuck yes. Okay, there's a glowing egg. There is a time limit. Most of these things would have one. The egg make you jump like shit. Okay. Bonk. 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 Yeah, no, I read the vibe correctly. I love this kind of shit. Okay. Like there's that, the soccer game on UFO 50. I love that one. Like that's my jam. I love shit like this. Oh. Love little score chasing. I love it's just fun for me. Bonk. Like the coins look like little eggs. It's funny, like fried eggs. Die! Die! Ha 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 ha! What's this? Give me that. Arcade game, everything's points. That's the point, and I like points. I'm a freak. Everyone's like, who cares about points? I'm like, I care about points. Oh, he took 2 hits. He took 3 hits. Oh, no. Okay, maybe some guys are not killable. Oh, no, he's killable. He's just a bitch. Oh. Please stop making me go down here. He's mean. Okay, that works. Oh, I missed the... That is almost definitely an extra life thing, like Bubble Bobble. This is big Bubble Bobble vibes. Like, the inspiration's on the sleeve here. I am not mad about that. Become food. Or was it big gems because I did them in the right order? Is that what that was? Because I grabbed each one when it was shiny, shiny. That didn't work. You can jump on them? Guys, you can jump on them. That's gonna fuck me. Alright. Well, whatever. Cannot ladder while carrying that. Alright. Magic wand? Oh, that's gone. Not easy to do that. Boom, get out of here. Eat. Okay. Bonk. Bonk. There's no benefit if you hit multiple with one egg toss. Kind of sad, but fine. I almost ran out of time on that. I wonder if that's an instant lose or one of those, again, bubble bobble situations where it's like, yeah, well, here comes the dude of death. I'm not gonna play this shit out. I'm checking these out pretty quick. This is as established a bit ago, straight up my kind of thing. So this is an easy yes from me, honestly. This didn't need a lot of selling for me. Okay, yep, you can jump on those. And jump up. Cry because your egg gets away. Shit your pants in sadness. Back around, because fuck me. There we go. When I can jump on them makes this so much easier. Oh my god, I was like, no. Macaw, motherfucker! I don't know what's happening, but I think I'm invincible. Now, if only I didn't squander it being a shitty aim. I think bonus time, the number of living enemies on screen also affects what you get, because I'm not going to get anything for the guy that's dead. He doesn't turn into a fruit. So you don't get the max amount of fruit unless they're all there. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. We got... I think I see what's going on here. Yup. Yeah, I can jump on them fine. There's my nest right here. That's fine too. Well, you can jump high off some of these guys too. Oh, this sucks. I want the pancakes. I want the pancakes more than anything. I'm a fool and I want the pancakes. I think that worked out in my favor. Not going that way. This is the trick here. There we go. Fuck me. There, mine. Give me my egg. We're out of time. Yeah, I was gonna die tomorrow. I have 10 seconds left. Yeah, it's a stage loop. I mean, yeah, I want to finish the world at least. Come on. You don't score chase. You don't go for the 1cc on your first play. That's not how these work. You learn, you improve, you retry it later and you hate yourself and you get mad and you have to go to therapy. Arcade games, man. You know, arcade games. Oh, and I lose my letters. Bonk. These dudes are annoying, but they're easy to take care of if you just have room. That is the worst egg. Like, that's my candidate. This one is in such a weird fucking spot. Okay. Gotta get it through, and you gotta grab it before it breaks. Unless you get in the nest, which... Like, that's the time sink right there. That thing sucks. The rest you can kind of hop over and... Ew. I didn't claim my experience was universal. Look, I know I'm a mess. Not everyone's a fucked up perfectionist. I don't understand these slugs, but I love their sprites. Like, oh my god. Amazing sprite work. I love their little blorgle blorgle. Oh, they respawn fast. Oh yeah, this shit, dudes. Oh, hey, that's good to know. Big donut make me go yum. Get out of here. Oh, yes. Oh, I want that. Okay. Yeah, this is such an easy yes out of me. This is my shit. I'm loving this, actually. Whee! Wonk. This is like a comfort game sort of thing. Like, give me Flicky any day kind of a thing. Fuck you. Give me your shiny gem, fool. In terms of juice, there's a little rumble. Yeah, bubble. It's Bubble Bobble style. They spell a name or something. Probably the name of the character. Usually. Oh, I don't know why more games haven't done the ladybug. I guess because fucking Mario 2 did it, and everyone's like, I don't want to steal from that. But even Mario doesn't bring back the ladybugs, man. I'm assuming the snail is just fucking invincible. Oh my god, it's a Koopa. It's just a Koopa. I went on a stinking adventure. I heard the bling and looked at my screen and died. Thank you for the follow. Alright, what do we got? Down. Bounce on you, because it's fun. No one can argue with that, right? Gotta have fun. Okay, flashing egg over here. Just gonna take you for a ride. Gonna take you for a ride. Go get him. Go get him, champ. Oh, I'm actually smiling. That's great. I love that for me. Okay. Boom. That letter is gone, man. I tried. I tried. I genuinely tried. Get out of here with that. Kill him again. It makes me smile. Oh, now you're in the way. Down we go. Another wand. I'm running low on time. Too much time to play with that fucking dude. He's very fun though. Get him. Bonus time. And in contrast to the Cat Ventures, the music on this is very nice. Name of the game. Name of the game. I just had this. I'm dumb. Hold on. There we go. Picking something. It was weird. I had to say that it's on my desktop. I'm a fool. Wait, I can look in Steam. Steam will tell me the name of the game. I'm a genius, except for all the ways that I keep hitting the wrong window. Friends list. That'll go Mr. Chickums. Go Mr. Chickums. Nice. Get bonked. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that big ass donut cinnamon roll. Hell yeah. Hey, you see those guys? No, you don't. They're between me and my egg. Get in there. Uh oh, they're going back. Nope, want that. Oh, you can get them all. Okay. So, make your life easier. You do this. Bonk. In a perfect world, you actually get the porcupine, but that's not happening. I love that keeps working. That makes this could have been stage 1. I would have a grand time. This almost feels like a wind down after something. Get in there. We don't want to kill them now because they'll turn into bonus points if I... Well, I mean, they're worth more points if it... Whatever. Boom. The border is an excellent touch, yes. That is a good choice. Making it look like an old game port remaster it's nice. Effort is appreciated here. In my house, we love the... Oh. Yes, please. For me? On my birthday? Oh, I missed. Just an entire stage about lobbing them down, huh? Alright. We don't want to spend too long being a dummy, but... Bonk. 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 Oh, that's gonna be fun. This seems like a good opportunity to get those. I just got a shitload of lives. Did I just spell my own doom? I don't know. Nope. Ha! I mean on purpose. They're all gonna respawn for bonus time. Bam. What do we got? Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Bonk! Get him. Why are you running? Ooh, banana. Yep. Okay, so my verdict on that one is big smile on face. That ruled. That is a perfect demo. I loved that. Like, that was just fun. That was delightful. Absolutely my shit. I do have at least one other single screen arcade thing I think I grabbed. I don't remember which one it is though. This one rules. This one's getting that wish list real easy. So oh shit, really? Is it called Nephilim? Because that would give it away a little. Maybe, I don't know. So look, we need to go back to the cave for now. Let's fly on over, swoosh. Mace Knight. I do not have Mace Knight. I can look into it though. I mean, why not? Boom. Okay. Go Mr. Chickums. You're going in the yes pile. I keep accidentally changing my screen size on this, and it's very upsetting. I hope that's still right. I don't know why I made the window resizable. That was a foolish move. Whatever. Work in progress. Work in progress cave. Work in progress cave. All right. Yeah, Mr. Oh no, don't put it by Barkcore. That's the wrong side. It's the wrong side. Over here with I Am Rock and Sweep Cremental, a game that was very fun but needs a better name. All right. Well, you know what? Screw it. Let's look into it. Let's look into Mace Knight. Mace. Yeah, on my way. Knight. Mace Knight. What we got? What we got? What we got? Nice little pot. It's a knight. I'm assuming he has a mace. Oh, he do. And he smashed things. Ooh, that might kick my ass, but that also looks kind of like fun in a weird quicks kind of way. Yeah, all right. You know what? We'll give it a shot. That is downloading. I guarantee you won't be the worst one of the night no matter what. If it boots, you're out of the bottom. So, well, if it boots and runs. Barkcore. I'm so sad about Barkcore. I really wanted to like Barkcore, dudes. To be fair, though, I at least understood enough of Barkcore to feel like something had to be a bug and not me sucking. So, I mean, it could have been me sucking, but I don't know. All right, Mace Knight is downloading. What else do we got while that's going? What is Tito? I don't remember what Tito is. Let's try Tito. I do have some longer ones in here, too. Don't bother. I always have gamepad. Tito. Oh, 3D platformer. Yeah. Gotta get some of that in there. Mr. Chickums, can I get to your store page, please? You did not have a wish list button in game. I have it set down while I play. It should. It's not that big. It might even be done already, honestly. It's a pixel art thing. It shouldn't be too bad. Super rare. Why do I know that name? All right. This one, yeah, we recommend playing with the control. Oh, this worked immediately. All right. Cool. I don't have to do shit. It just functioned. It's like, yeah, that works. All right. All right, Spritz, we're gonna use this as a learning experience. Don't put the N there. You triggered the auto mod because it thought you were saying a racial slur to bully my white ass. It's not a racial slur for white people. I'm not sure those actually exist. Okay, all right. Let's check out Tito, and then we'll look at Mace Knight. I think this might be one of the beefier looking ones that I grabbed because 3D platformer. He is a guy. Limited's here. He was here earlier. I don't remember. I could be thinking last night. Every day's a blur to me.
Today marks 1 year since the catastrophic incident at Ace Laboratories.
Oh, you're a quiet game.
Saw the disappearance of every human being on the planet. This
Oh.
event was also the cause of many animals, flora, and inanimate objects gaining sentience. The Great Awakening, labelled as a miracle to some and a horrible mistake to others, but we still don't know exactly what happened that day. What we do know is that day marked the beginning and continued devastation of the world at the hands of those dark, malevolent creatures known as the Shadows. With
Shadows.
our main man Hooty Nick News in the field with an exclusive news scoop. Can you hear me, Hoot?
Oh yes, I can. I'm here now at what is proven to be the origin of these shadows. They break, destroy, harass, and worse yet, I hear they don't pay taxes, Ken.
Not the taxes.
Egregious.
Right you are, Ken. And the news we've just discovered is that, oh, it looks like I might have to wrap this up. There's some shadows coming this way.
Be careful out there, Hooty.
Wait, please don't. I'm just a lonely reporter. I don't...
Hooty? Hooty? Hooty! Anyway, tonight's top story, vacuum cleaners around the world are in their third day of protesting, saying we may suck, but that's not our fault.
God, I hate the news. No more distractions. It's time.
Okay.
Yes! Phase 1 complete.
I am a.
Hey, you. See if you can move around and stuff. I just need a second to write some notes.
Oh, I'm a little dude.
Please don't break anything.
Oh no, look at me. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I think I'm done. Come over here so we can start phase 2.
No, I'm gonna touch all your stuff and break things. Hey, double jump? Yep. It's a weighty jump. It's like floaty and weighty, so it's kind of a weird jump. I'll get used to it. Box. Prepare tomorrow. Ace Laboratories, create the future of mankind. A mushroom. Bunny.
I'm Nori. You're subject, T33T0.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Quick
call
up and
you
down sounds right.
Gino. Pretty good, right? Shadow creatures are taking over the world. Your molecular structure was designed for perfect resonance with these creatures.
Yes, Bunny Queen.
You can absorb their energy and neutralize them entirely. You are the counterbalance.
I'm a blob.
I'm gonna test this now. I want you to attack this captured shadow creature.
How'd you catch it?
Don't worry, I can add a bit of fanfare. I'm a big bad shadow monster thing, and you'll never defeat me. Oh no, I'm defeated. Yes, completely neutralized. Okay, phase 3. Head over to the TV. I'm gonna give you a rundown of where we're at.
Nori's super amazing, incredibly helpful, barely tedious, beautifully wonderful presentation. Oh, you gotta love when they whip out PowerPoint for game assets. Data doesn't lie anymore. What does that mean? Oh no.
Neutralizing shadows is not all.
Comic Sans, baby.
You've been made to absorb the characteristics of certain objects, like a sponge.
Oh my god, I'm a Kirby.
Using this fancy little machine, which I've fashioned into a neat little backpack, you absorb a thing, then we can make a new form for special abilities. All made possible with these powerful energy crystals called Vionites. We're going to need to find a lot of these. So
Okay.
where are we going? Here. The origin. Let's go. Oh yeah, hi. I hope you don't mind carrying me around too. Let's test this absorb power of yours. Here's a flower. Go and absorb it.
I'll carry you around all day. I'm a Banjo-Kazooie fan.
Oh yeah! Now I've got the flower power running through this machine. This gives us a vine ability. We can use it to attack or as a grappling hook. Grapple the door. See how it works. Woohoo! That was hey! It's a Michael. Quickly, go catch it.
The Michael, go catch it. You need to catch a Michael.
Gotcha. You're safe now.
That is a Chow. Okay.
I forgot to mention, there was an experiment before you. I named it Michael, but instead of absorbing, it replicated, like a million times. It was too much for me to handle. They
GameCube, but not.
accidentally sucked up into that vent and got blasted out of here. So the side mission is to find all my long lost babies. Baby Michaels? I know it seems like a lot, but I have something that can help. The Aero Finder.
Oh no.
Aero Finder, where you need to be pointed in the right direction. It can help us find Vionites, Michaels, and the way we need to go. Try using it now.
Hold on, I'm watching rocks.
It's pointing to the crane hole. That's where we need to go. Grapple the hook in your flower form so we can get out of here.
Your pointer is a paper air. Oh no, this is adorable. A sock in space for the PlayStation 4. Oh good, it's coming out for PC. We're golden. Well, can I... Oh. Okay. Now, is there a... Oh, we have a roll attack? What's the process? All under control. Now, I know me a good collectathon when I see it. I know. Alright, we're grabbing. We got a furnace. I think there's even a hint of the Banjo-Kazooie theme in the music by the sound of it. Everything will be fine. I have to read it. Oh, well. Hey, I think I called the vibe, guys. Does that mean the bunny's gonna get skills? Please say the bunny's gonna get skills. Oh my god, I'm sold. Yes. Skills for Bun Bun. Big rainbow star. Okay. Oh, we gotta look at what games they own, right? Jump Guy 64. Never heard of it. Hubie in the Lost World. Oh, see, this is why AI is terrible, because you get Grapple Dog! Hey, these are actual games. Cavern of Dreams, Tiny Terry, I don't know the other two, but I know those. And then, what's this over here? Go Mecha Ball. That sounds like a Spritz game. Go check it out, Spritz. Go check out Go Mecha Ball. That sounds like a you game. You like robot stuff. Oh.
Oh yeah, I should have probably mentioned that I'm currently living in a junkyard. Not my best moment.
I hope I will too. Worst case, you can always check VOD, or if I have something notable, I'll try to get a hold of you. I got ways. Like, yeah, the creativity in this is like, they're paying a tribute, but also like, they're having fun. They're not just making some computer do it for them. That's so nice. There's a rock. Can I absorb the rock? I can absorb the rock. I found the butt bomb, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you can be normal, whatever the last absorbed is. You can't, What? Yeah, now you're watching the rock yourselves, fools. Destroy the shadow flags. Okay.
You're leaving? Like, leaving? Not like just walking a couple steps and then turning back because you're not emotionally ready?
Okay. Oh yeah, that's barely coming through on the game. Okay, I'm gonna remind me when they're out of the cutscene. I'll check the audio, see if I can turn it up.
To stop the shadows, I can't just hide here forever.
Damn. Well, you know I'd come with you if I could, but I'm kind of stuck here. Plus, I don't really want to.
It's fine. Farewell, you rusty old bucket of bolts.
But hey, good luck. And like I always say, keep your head up tall and strong. That's all. And all. Don't keeping on with it.
Nailing it, man.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay. Settings. Yo, how about some actual volume? I don't have to be max volume just to hear the game.
So you're still creating blob people down there? The last ones you created got yeeted out that pipe over there.
Always happy to hear yeeted. Always happy to hear the word yeeted. Born to hear the word yeeted. Okay, so how do I destroy the flags then? I don't seem to have the capacity to do anything ranged. Now this one is like we can actually jump up here, maybe. Oh, I think I went through the rock. Oh, yeah, I just went through the rock. Okay, we need some tool we don't have. That's a surprise tool that will help us later. The volume better now?
I was alive for like 10 minutes before I ended up down here. You know, self-driving cars aren't always better. You know, if I could still move, I reckon I could mow down the shadows and save the world in like 10 minutes, probably. I wish I still had my fuzzy dice. I lost it when I crashed. Lost a lot of cool points that day, too. So you're still creating blob people down there? The last ones you created got yeeted out that pipe over there. It was so crazy.
Okay, so stuff we can absorb sparkles, just so you know. Found a Michael. Shit. Oh, I can't get the fuzzy dice down. Hi, Merlin. It bums me out. I want to get him those. Alright. He said it looked like I could grab cardboard back there. See rock. Oh, you're right. Alright, what's this? So that unlocked Flat Fuck Friday. Okay. Okay, so I can make a box. Can I make multiple boxes? No, I can only make one box. I don't think that's it, but that is interesting. Good eye. Yeah, I solved that. Thank you.
Oh look, that drone has a Vionite. Shoot it down using your blob blaster.
Oh. Well, there it is.
We go.
I suspect that was what I needed. There's more cardboard if I really need it, so that's good to know. I am really super not against a bit of Banjo-Kazooie meets fucking what you call it. Kirby. Like, alright. Can I shoot these down? Bummer, man. That was the sign to see it on the way back. Alright. Range on this bad boy. Not that far. Well, I love a collectathon. Like, big time. Like, I'm being fed here. Like, I'm not upset with the haul. Like, collectathons were... I was in that era, man. You know what I mean? I had a 64, that was all the good games. Basically, were collectathons. they've gone through it, you know. I mean, there's good ones, there's bad ones. Like, I even enjoy DK64, and that's like notorious, so I'm a simp for that shit. Oh, we can ledge grab. I still don't know what all these are for. Oh, there's a little meter up there. It's filling. I just saw that. Alright, there's one more flag, and it's in front of us, so that's good. I wonder if that's progress towards getting all of them in the level, or if it's towards some sort of reward. It looks like completion, because like it's with all the other things. Are like, here's stuff you gotta find. So I think these are basically the music notes. Never mind. There's more than you need. That's unusual, actually. Is that going to stop me? No. Shut up. Oh, hello.
That blue stuff on the wall means you can stick to it. Try wall jumping up this bad boy.
Cute. Maybe currency in a shop. I mean, there's big numbers. Scripted wall jumps are kind of boring. I'd almost prefer we not have them, but they do have a use in level design. It helps you create a sense of vertical progression, break things up a little. Sonic does it too. It's not my favorite. Mind you, if Sonic wall jumps off something you don't want him to, he'll go to fucking space. So you gotta mind that. Wait, there's a lot more than you needed for whatever this is. That is some fast tight roping. They have different hats, dudes. They have different hats. The Michaels are excellent. They have different hats. Oh, and Splat. Oh, and I don't see his health. I don't see any sort of me take damage at this point. You know what I'm talking about? Like, unless that's what the star is, in which case,
Like it might be too far for us to jump. Let's glide.
Let's not be a rock first. That'd probably be smart. We do have swimming down there, but it doesn't look like there's anything in it. It's just a spot to land safely. And a long climb of shame. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh yeah, you can't just do a light push on the stick. Sneaking is tied to the bush. Interesting. I mean, honestly, a little more accessible. It's notoriously difficult for people to do and touchy, so this is actually much nicer.
Damn, there's a few shadows blocking that cave. Go deal with
Damn.
Yes! In the dirt. That was sick. Alright, head into the cave. There's no turning back now.
I mean, I probably could. I could just walk up the hill and go back. I mean, there's ways. I'm sensing... Well, there's rocks and bush. I'm missing a thing. Ah! Well, that was awkward. Bam. Okay. Oh, I had hearts? I didn't see them. I mean, that could be the whole demo and it'd been fine. Be like, yeah, that's fun. Oh my. There's your shop over there. Time trial at... Oh, this one's quite hefty. Okay, I don't know if we'll have time to go through all of this right now, but out the gate, I am quite charmed, and I would probably finish it in my own time. So, I do want to get through a good number of these tonight, so... But this also has enough beef where you could probably play it yourself at this point and have a pretty good time. What am I playing? But no, this is good. This is charming. I can see this one having some leg. All right, I'm winning. Wait, it's swinging more as I stand in it. Oh no, it's just happy that I'm in it. That's a nice touch. It swings when you're in the... Oh, it's actually locked me into an animation until I jump out. Cute. I can absorb couch. I am just a chair for my bunny friend now. It's less like Kirby, more like you're replacing the old Mumbo transformations. Frame rate's a little iffy in here, but you can see samples of... see samples of different worlds and stuff for the future, bridges and stuff that'll come out. And then over here is Michael's, where the Michaels live. I found an outfit. Oh my god. You know this was like a collision test space or something. They just went and had fun with it. Like, they're just having fun. It's good, and they're just having fun. It's like my favorite kind of project to see. Like, there's a lot of love in it. You can pick up and throw the Michaels. Original Michael. Michael with the cool hat. Hiker Michael. There's all these different Michaels. Oh my gosh. There's an island of Michaels. Okay. There's a skateboard for the Michaels. There's a basketball hoop. I know why it's there, and it's very fucked up. I missed. Michael's fine. Michael's fine, guys. See, Michael's just hanging. That is so hard, actually. Goodbye. There's like a bouncy mushroom you can throw him off. Like, you know you gotta, right? Like, throw it like an angle. I swear I throw it like a slide ankle. Angle. I think it's the walk animation changes your... Oh, that was worth it. Yeah, so if you're running, you throw based on the tilt of your body, I think. I think it throws it off a little bit. So if you want to throw great, you gotta, like, stop. Boing. Oh, he's fine. Okay. Alright, let's go look at the shop at least. I might come back to this later when Katie's awake, show it to her. I think she'd love this. Like, she loves Banjo-Kazooie and stuff. She'd probably think this looks great. I don't know if she'd be able to play it these days with the carpal tunnel, but it's levels. We want shop. Shop. Like, there's 2 more levels and a time trial and all this other stuff going on. And trade in stars. It's closed. We get outfits. Okay. Now we're up here. Well, that's cute. I'm sure that'll serve no purpose ever. You think a cheeky bitch could float all the way over there? It seems like quite a ways, you know what I mean? But... I mean, it's here. Well, any chance that had of working is gone. Maybe. If you're, like, perfect with it, you could maybe figure it out, but... Oh, there's more up. I need flour. I am flour. Or that. That's also good. I'm gonna put on my funny outfit. I'm sad. I unlocked Unicorn. I can't even try it. It's in the menu? No. Oh, there's a co-op button? Oh, no. Does that mean you play as a different slime, or do you get to play as the bunny? You're a different slime with a different bunny. You're a different slime with a robot bunny. Oh my god. That's good. That's really good. Okay. And Luchador's up here. Like, dude, this is great. I have to find out. How close can I get? Can I touch your pretty clouds? Alright. But it was fun to try. Like, this seems like where you go to put on a different outfit, but it ain't happening here, so whatever. No idea where we put on our different outfits. We can turn it into a chair, though, so that's what's important. Oh, T and toe. I don't know why the frame rate's choking exactly there, but it sure is. Okay. One assumes. I mean, it could be play more levels and I'll earn something. The shop is closed doesn't mean it's not in the demo. It just means I need to probably advance a bit. But that's a lot of game. And like I said, I do want to try different things. So I'll probably come back to this later. But this seems good. I'm actually quite happy with it. This is charming as hell. So 24% completion on the demo. So yeah. I'm assuming that's what that number is. So yeah, Tito, very good. Tito is also getting the wish list from me. I am very happy with Tito. Maybe. Depends how much co-op affects it, honestly. Though honestly, I'd love to play it with Kate because again, it's like her genre. But she grew up with this stuff. I don't know. I don't know if she'd be interested. Love to see her get interested. It seems like something she'd like. You know what I mean? But for now, charming and cute. Yes, it is very charming, very cute. Excuse me, very cute. The I am actually going to put this over here in a special spot where I'll come back to that later. It's the first one to get that honor. Some of these are bigger than others. That is a bird. I said I'd try Mace Knight. That's right. Where is it? That's not it. I put it in the pile. I put it in the pile. My pile's out of hand. Let's reorganize my pile, vampire crawlers. Where are you? Mace Knight. I put it up there like a fool. Caw is my favorite insult. Psychonauts, baby. All right. So far, this is launched in a very tiny black window. It's loading. Oh shit! I still have Tito running. For the record, the quit to desktop screen shows a Michael. Small and probably angry. I've got like 3 different things going on. Keep in mind, I do have OBS and the cave, and the cave is not a video. The cave is a full 3D scene. So, Mace Knight joining the collection of weird Godot behaviors. So I'm gonna have to navigate this through. I'm literally looking at OBS to do this. There we go. Yeah, that is just okay. So I'm encountering this issue a lot. Maybe this is something about my system. I don't know. Fun fact. So the easiest way to undo that, like the Godot issue where it comes up, it's full screen, but it's like acting like a window and it's in the wrong spot. I launch Slime Forest windowed and then adjust it based on your settings. That's what I do. So in this case, I don't know, man. Full screen on off fixed it, so we're good. Mace Knight. It's a Godot issue. Again, it could be something between Godot and my computer specifically. It's the only one I have the test with. So if you try the game and it launches in a weird window and you have multiple monitors, let me know. I'd love to know if that's like a Windows and Godot error or something, or just something wrong with my graphics drivers or what. It'd be useful information. We have a mace and a helmet. I trust the mace more than any man. Any man. Literally any man. Okay, we're at the dungeon. Let's go. Alright. Okay. Ooh, don't let that get too long. I fucked up. Yeah. Okay, we got high scores per level. Oh, okay. Eyeball. Now, a real ballsy bitch would... Oh. I don't think that's worth it. Oh, there's a combo meter up there, though. I didn't even see that at first. So you'd be best off just beating the shit out of as many things as possible all the time. Well, that made me sad inside. I'm dead, Captain. Lovely mace unlocked. Alright, what's the lovely mace? Heals the player if carried long without being dropped. Okay. It does something. This eyeball's in a different place. I think it's a wave timer or something up there, actually. I thought it was combo. Man, I suck. Man, I walked into that. I ate shit and died. I'm not faulting the game for it either. It's a skill issue. It does seem like it escalates kind of quickly, but I don't know how it would at the same time, you know what I mean? These fucking dudes are brutal to me. Hey, I did it. My first attempt was almost as good as it needed to be. Bach helmet unlocked. Oops, well, I don't get to try it right now. I'll get to try it soon, though, because I'm sucking it up, baby! Alright, dynamite guys are my friends. Dynamite guys keep helping me. Dynamite guys are my true loves. Alright. Change equipment. What we got? Gives an extra 50% timer per wave. Sure, and it makes me look silly, which is win-win. Nice. Owie. My pee more. Die. Oh, they set off each other. Alright, so the more complicated guys actually make it easier to combo, and I actually quite like that. I think that's interesting. Homie! Fuck them mages, though, I tell you what. Someone had an emoji in their name. Oh, good, let's start with 2 of them. Good start. Thank you for that button. If he ever comes in and he sees the VOD, thank you for the button. Too many games do not give me the button, and I need that button. I need that button. I'm a perfectionist. So this one and me might not get along the best, but that's all personal. That's a personal issue. The game seems fine, honestly. I'm a pissy little baby, but the game seems fine. I could see this absolutely being someone's addiction. Genuinely. I hate these mages, and you can take that however you want. Maybe that makes your day. I don't know. Maybe you're like, someone's gonna hate these fucking things, and it's gonna make me happy. I do have the healing mace, but I'm also graded on my time. So, and I have to stay alive long enough for it to work. Now that might be my speed. Oh yeah, yeah, launch a bitch. Oh, the contact damage is cruel though, I will say. Like, I'm already worried about all their projectiles, and then if they touch me, I'm like, oh. Which, mind you, for a lot of these guys, contact damage is all they've got, but the mages, it's just like, oh, they're so fast, they're so flighty. I don't get along with the mages, very specifically. Just find them kind of annoying. They're hard to target, they don't like to hold still. These fucking dudes. Never mind, but it works. You serious? You dodged that? Come on, man. Like, I don't even care about the eyeballs. These gotta go. The enemies get along in interesting ways. It's not bad at all. Magnet helmet, you say? Attract coins while mace is held. Well, I never hold my mace, so that doesn't help me. Oh, particles. Most loyal servant of she who lies below. I do not, in fact, have to hand it to them. Yeah, he's just parked it in a really hard to deal with spot there, huh? I can't do anything about... We're good. saw that coming. Alright. Good start. Oh, yeah, no, let's just... Okay, you're gonna do a thing. You're gonna set some stuff up. You're gonna fire. You're gonna shoot. You're gonna be a bitch. Okay. You're gonna try to be a handsy little hander. Alright. Oh. Oh! Alright, yeah, no, if you want to kill your own guys, you can go ahead. I don't mind that at all. Now see, that's mean, when he's, like, up in the walls, but... Oh, boy. I don't have a dodge roll or anything? Nope. Okay, just checking. I have 2 buttons, and they're both drop mace. Not even gonna try them up there. Dude. I've not found a way to consistently hit him without taking the hit. It just kind of depends what he decides to do. Like, that was a long time with no opening. I acknowledge I'm the queen of dog shit RNG. Oh, the hand got me. Okay. Okay. Avoid the hand. The hand does not need to be transparent like that. I promise. Like, there is more than enough going on that you do not need that. Like, on top of everything else. Oh my god, I did it. Okay. Hole. What is extras? Sure, man. Story mode? Hi. Brilliant. No notes. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, you know how much this just turned my mood? Story mode. What's that? Oh, okay. You know what? You know what? Spritz is here. I gotta hug the slime. I offer up my love to slime. Aqueous, that's a word. Ignore it. I am on a death wish to pee. I do wish the text jumped smoother. I don't think my audio filter would let me do it, but just rest assured that spiritually you're getting a slow clap right now. Just Oh, and it actually opened Steam. That's bravo, you glorious idiot. It closed the game and opened Steam. Oh no, my cave's all fucky. That was amazing. I'm gonna run an ad. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. Okay. Are we all back? Are we good? Um that ending was solid. Okay. So Mace Knight final thoughts. I'm actually going to give some final thoughts because I didn't really, I got distracted by the whole story mode thing. Mechanically interesting. Again, I could see it becoming someone's favorite thing. I'm glad it's per level and not an endurance thing. I'm not interested in endless mode personally. It is difficult to me, at least. That's the kind of thing where I think a dev could use more input. So if you're interested in that at all, do give it a shot. It's a cute little game. But the difficulty, in my opinion, is skewed a little bit towards, I think, that the dev trait of you play your own game so much you kind of think it's easier than it is. Right? I'm not looking forward to that with Slime Forest, by the way. Other people playing it be like, eh. So far my experience has been kind of a mixed bag, because like when Chris was playing it, he'd do frenzy mode and beat my ass. I'm like, all right, this one's working. Maybe too easy, actually. I might just be dumb. But you know, and that's not a fault or anything. It's a difficult balancing act. It's a hard thing to do, genuinely, to make a game that's just perfectly balanced on the first try. It doesn't really happen. So I think, mind you, everything was doable. It was completely and utterly doable. It just took a few tries and getting the hang of it. So that might be exactly what they want. I don't know the dev intent. They're not here to ask anymore. But I think it works. I do worry that if that is world 1 out of what appeared to be 4, I don't know how much harder it's going to get. It already seemed really hard to me. But interesting. And instead of being about chasing a score through the usual arcade, like a lot of arcade games, like even the Mr. Chickums, it's like, try to 1cc. Your score will reset if you have to continue. In this case, it's per stage. The leaderboards are per stage. Everything's per stage. That's great. If you're going to make it hard like that and have the score chasing, breaking it down like that is a really good way to let players kind of focus on a single challenge and rehearse and, and feel their sense of improvement and their trial and error and stuff like that. And it's self-directed. That's awesome, actually. So there's a lot there I like. I can't necessarily say it's entirely for me, but it's not entirely not for me. I will say one thing I do think objectively need better feedback when the player gets hurt. Because half the time I was taking damage, I didn't even realize it. Like it needs some sort of screen shake, some sort of like sound, something. I didn't notice anything when a player took damage. So that is my big criticism. Please let me know when I'm sucking ass better. Because I suck ass and I would like to know. Personally. I am putting it in the yes pile. It was a decent game. I'm not over here like that sucked. I am gonna go grab the chicken out of the microwave that I put in there. Oh yes. Here we go. Yeah, it's teriyaki chicken I made the other night. It's kind of dry. I cut up breasts to do it. I don't mind it. She didn't like it. Too dry for her. She's not a big white meat girl. So. I got some Peepsy. Some delicious Peepsy. Yum, 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 Peepsy. Sometime soon I will have to sit down and do some sort of chat about what we're going to do going forward with Terraria, because I'm not sure if Skyblock's going to keep going on here or not. I don't know if people are interested in seeing that through to completion. It is kind of slow and boring. So, honestly, I'm not even sure if I want to play it through to completion at this point. I've learned things about different world seeds you could do, and I kind of feel like since building is so much more interesting, journey mode would have been a smarter choice, because at least then, you find the thing or generate the thing, enough of it, you research it, you have it, and you can do your build. I think Skyblock and Journey would actually pair really well, just as a progression. And normally Journey is just like creative mode with extra steps. I like Journey, mind you. But, that's my initial thoughts. I will elaborate on it later. I don't know. I don't know if Spritz ever saw, I did finish that build for Steampunker with one huge caveat I'm pissed about. And, well, technically two, but they are related. There is not yet Echo Paint. Now, I tried to rig it up so she has a chimney. When you turn on the lights in any of the rooms, it poofs up like smoke or whatever. We're using a fog machine, but I can't hide the fog machine right now, so it's just a fog machine sitting on top of her chimney. So that's that. Like, I love doing building challenges. Right now, I've wanted to build a mausoleum for like 3 sittings of that, and I just don't have the stone to spare. And that sucks, is when you're waiting to progress on something or you need to break things up, building is a great way to do it. You know what I mean? So, I think at this point, I think it's time for Coinsweeper. That's right. I got multiple Minesweeper games. Which, at first, I was like, that's silly. No one's going to watch that. And then I played the other one, and that seemed very exciting. We had the evil parrot and everything. So, I mean, I don't know. Are any of you complaining? It is loading. This one has a custom mouse. This might also be Godot. Okay, we have a screen. Game capture. Coin sweeper. As soon as it shows up on here, we're golden. Go. Go. Please go. Coin sweeper. Maybe now. Okay, welcome Coin Sweeper down with everybody's showcase recording the game. Okay, beta build, bugs or issues. So far, oh, wait. Is it actually showing up on the stream? Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. I cannot check OBS without doing that gray out thing, so. Okay. All right, Coin Seeker. I don't entirely know what we're doing. There's 6 mines. I get it, I think. Interesting way to do it. I do have flags. I didn't even hear music. It's not loud. Like, the sound effects are really quiet and the music was... I had a few games that do that lately. Just like, there's no music. Why? I don't know. Oh, no. Double or nothing. Oh, that was a coin toss. I thought I was playing another board. Okay. Okay. I spend money to earn money. Did the screen zoom in every time I bought something? I mean, it's not necessarily wrong. It's giving me Balatro vibes in a weird way. I think the flip over everything is a bit different, but it's not necessarily bad. It's kind of satisfying in a way. Okay. What's this? Oh. 2 free rerolls per shot might be nice. Random coin bonus. Remove a mine. Is that good or bad? don't think it matters. I can only have so many. It's scary when you gotta do multiple first collects. There's a very quiet sound of like a pitch rising with every move I make. Oh my goodness. Mind synergy with your eye. Yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. Probably. This one is making me think harder, yeah. Doing it. Okay. Oh, we're doing a fade out. A tasteful musical fade out, you see. That's a weird loop. Okay, whatever. Not everyone's as anal about setting that up as me. I'm pretty anal about it. This is one of these. That affects which of these. And affects this. That's mean. That's only one of these. Which means this is for sure one. That was a gamble. The board's bigger every time, isn't it? I just noticed that. That's pretty good. Okay, so these are utilities. Oh, I see what it's doing. I get 2 free rerolls. That you lose coins, but you also lose a mine. Alright. I don't know if the lives refresh either. Single round, remove 3 things from the grid, but it's expensive. A special. Ooh. That's a gamble. Do it. I'll do another reroll. I'm full on everything right now. Okay. Ooh. Okay. You can tell I play a lot of Minesweeper. Probably they need that cash out to go up to 1 million. Mind you, I'm quarter of the way there. It's getting a little bigger every time, isn't it? You lose coins if you hit a mine. 20% chance to save your life, but only if there's coins in cash out. Interesting. stack the mine detector. I haven't used it. I think that's gonna save my ass. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. It's not what I thought it was. Yeah, it sucked. That was gonna happen. I mean, that's Minesweeper. Sometimes you just lose right out the gate. That was right. Okay. Man, this one's mean. I do my bets. I can always bail mid-round, is the thing. The only reason this doesn't really work for me is because if you're playing Minesweeper, usually the further you get, the better off you are. Like right now, it's like, okay, we're playing a gamble. Do I call it? Do I call this round? I'm seeing the point. It's only one of these. If it's this, it doesn't affect this. That's one of it. Has to be that. Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna actually do it, I think. Not ideal, but hey. I'm gonna sell this. Take a couple of those. Every 5th card revealed is guaranteed safe. That's weird. It's also 100,000. Whoa. Man. We might be fucked. This is interesting. I'm not sure how you build on a demo, though. Like, this seems like it could just be the game. That's rough, buddy. I was trying to say how many rounds I get. I mean, this affects it. Like, is there a limit to how long I can go before it's like, no, no, no? Chat, am I cooked? Plus 10,000 coins every round. 420.69. Not using this. Give me that. That actually seems good. It's a free 10,000 every round. Expensive, but that's such bullshit, dude. Alright. We're done, I guess. Alright. What's the meta shop? Let's see. Oh, it's unlocking new stuff. Okay, so we got... Looks like most of it's just straight up... Yeah, okay, so demo is different stuff available here. So we just start with all of it. There's nothing to do with it. That sucks. That's like one of the best shop maxed, so... One of the most interesting things they could have done is... Alright, well, we understand the assignment now. Let's see how we do. Okay, they were definitely adding mines as they fucking went, because, I mean, look at this. Jesus. Alright, we're done. Okay, so this one's interesting. I like the other one better. The other one's more lighthearted. This one is consistent performance, and that's fine, but oh, it gets to me after a while. You know what I mean? Alright, common... Like... I'm done. Yeah, we're done. We're done. That's frustrating. I like it in theory. I am out of patience for it. Metabuild. So here's the thing. None of the stuff in the demo really felt like it was helping me. So, like, in the idle game, there was all these interesting things you could build out, things that made it so Minesweeper was easier or harder or whatever. Killing the turtles on purpose, the rabbits coming out and revealing some of the board with an amount of luck to it. That kind of thing would go a long way here. Instead, what we have is risk-reward, like the jackpot and the, you know, reduce mines, reduce payout, this, that, is a survival test, but with none of the fun toys, and that's fine. But the fundamental thing to remember is that no matter how much you love it, at the end of the day, Minesweeper can be a real dick. Again, like, if you're in a corner and it just gives you a 1, you have nothing you do with that. Like, I guess I could have just cashed out then and there, like, no, this board sucks, but what is the incentive to not cash out? It never gave me a moment where I felt like I had to, like, I guess I could just play that way. Like, we can see what happens. Like, feel safe, cards collect coins for your cash out, mark pins and lines with a right click. Yep. Click cash out to save your collected coins. Be careful, mines are hiding in the grid. Yes. Watch the mine count on the left side of your screen. Diamond shot, yes. After cash out, you can purchase power-ups. You can sell things. Manual activation. Collect 100 coins with... So, yeah, there is nothing here saying that if I have a seed I'm not confident in, I can't just bail. So, in that case, here we are. I'm not confident. Done. What's the downside? Like, what's the drawback for me? That I can't afford this shit? Whatever. Like, okay, great, done. Yeah, like the second I'm not confident, you just bail? That, I'm not gonna hit a mine now. There's no point. Makes that upgrade pointless. It makes the risk reward, like, the only risk reward is that jackpot thing. Because it's like, for the next 5 rounds, this or that happens. Like, oh, well, I want to push to build that. I have to assume a well-made Minesweeper lets you do first click before it truly fucks you. I haven't died on first click yet. It's not to say that it's impossible, it's just, you know what I mean? At some point. So, like, well, yeah, I've died on the corners, but there we go. There's a 2. Bye. If I'd gone to any other corner, I'd been fine, but there, no. You know what I mean? There's no downside. Now, if I buy this, yeah, it builds. This is an interesting one, I guess. Fuck it. Worst case, I wasted the money. And that's it. Like, the only thing you can do is waste your time. Let's introduce a round limit or something. This kind of ends up being a nothing sandwich because of that. Which is not great. It's like, here I'm like, well, I'm not sure, but I can just call it. Cash requirements all well and good, but I really do think just a simple round limit would be fine. Genuinely, I think just this pops up once in a while and just sucks. So that just fucked me. Like, I'm done. This sucks. I get what they're going for. They're trying to do Minesweeper Balatro, but again, they need some sort of, like you say, cash limit. I say round limit. Something besides just the lives, or a minimum tile threshold before you're allowed to cash out, or at least some mines marked. Something. But the problem with some mines marked is, again, there's not really a lot that helps you reveal the board if you get a bad start. I'm gonna say no on this one. Like, there's an idea here, I don't like it. I just don't think it's working. Honestly. Again, I love Minesweeper, but that one's just like, once I realized, like, there is no real drawback to just bailing. Where's the risk reward then? What are we doing here? Like the other one, if you lose, you go ahead, but it's an idle game, right? So the idea of it is innately, you know, keep trying till you get better, make Minesweeper easier so you're more likely to get good rounds, even if you're bad at Minesweeper. This one's like, if you're bad at Minesweeper, you're fucked. But if you're good at Minesweeper, you're basically fundamentally having the same experience, because the second you think, coin toss, or have to play your odds, or even think critically, unless you have a strong motivation, you can just cash out. And the other thing about that is, what's the point of shop rerolls? Like, if I want to reroll the shop, I can literally just start a new round and leave immediately and get a new shop, no downside. Maybe the other challenges outside of how to play, where it's earn 1,000,000 coins, get more interesting. But as a demo goes, that is not selling me at all. That seems pointless, more or less. You know what I mean? It's a bummer. I mean, again, it might have more time. It depends. It depends on the full game. I don't know what the full game has. I couldn't really look at what was beyond that new game / challenges, whatever. It was just the challenge was earn 1,000,000 coins. What was the actual challenge? Patience. That's it. And to me, if I had to choose a game where patience is the end result, I'm going to do the idle one with the evil parrot, where I kept getting new weird shit happening, and they promised there's going to be more in the full one. That was fun. That was a weird, fun game. All right. You know what? I keep being drawn to the icon, and we're going to do Beastbreaker next. I don't know what it is, but we play as a mouse. So, oh, okay, he needs a break. Okay. Give me just a second. I will run a beautiful advertisement again. Advertisement. Is it a big break? Okay. The long advertisement. Oh, and the thing's actually showing up on screen on its own. Cool. I'll be another Godot game then. Perfect. Okay. Mic off. Crapola, is that done already? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Eh. Oh. Breath training. Okay. Pardon the delay. That's quite a long one. Are we all still present? You're like, oh, 3 minutes of ads. I'm like, yeah, and then 17 minutes of sitting here. So. Sometimes life gets in the way. You can't really predict it. At least we have this chill loop of flute and piano, I guess, eh? Beastbreaker. Oh. I don't remember what this is besides that there's a mouth in it. I don't know. Okay, yeah, I can do this. Let's just try it as is, and we'll go from there. That seems much quieter than the music was, but I can only... Mouse. Good old-fashioned map marker, but alive. One final time I ask you to raise your sword. The beast outside your farm has cornered me. Without intervention, I may not survive. Please. Merlin.
Beast.
Yeah, my annoying cat. Oh, right. Okay, I know what this is. Okay. This is a very specific kind of game. So, I don't know if anyone else has played these. Basically, there's this concept of combining Breakout with an RPG. So if I do like that, I will whiff entirely. We're trying to break in and smash shit. Well, that sucks for me. I can't do this, so. Maybe do that? Let me see. I would fuck up. Yo, this angle's ass. So I've played one of these on my phone, and a couple actually by the same dev. Not this guy, but you know what I mean. And I quite liked those, but I am having a real hard time with. Mind you, that one doesn't have a turn system. The second this dude starts to hit me, I'm fucked. Like, this is shockingly whooping my butt. There we go. I can just get in there. Or not. I mean, I could try bouncing off that and hope it come... Nope. I still gotta hit its tail. Do you see the issue here? I think this one gives me a better angle. Oh, God, maybe I should use the mouse. Oh, yeah. Mouse. It's a mouse game. It's a mouse game. We're doing a mouse with the mouse. That just worked better. Not that this is great. God. Like, these angles are rough. Oh, I missed. I hit everything but what I wanted to. Well, if I fuck up now, you can laugh. Not that anything was stopping you before. Yeah, stop it. Stranger, are you safe? Someone's here. Who sent that message? Should get Granny's sword back before... Oh, titties! Ah, now see, he's gonna attack. Okay. There's Granny. Widen your stance, bounce the blade, strike the core. I know. Oh, look at that. Okay, we don't want to be there, so let's do this. Worried about that. That works. Sure, man. All right. See, this shape's much easier to work with, actually. He's dead now. For the record, the other ones I've played were real time, so you were constantly moving your guy, but also dodging projectiles and shit on your screen that could hurt him. Someone was in trouble. And with a lick of sense, wouldn't have gotten in trouble. Only a fool runs towards the danger. They ask for help. Got a good heart. We'll talk about how stupid you are. I mean, my sword later. We're talking about the sword now. Hey! Shard Needlebeak. Stay nimble, make calculated strikes, and prepare for a stronger attack. Our beasts have weak scales. Yes. Grow. Number of scales beast has will record start your turn. 6 of them. Okay. This ability generates charge. Piercing. Okay, so here's the issue. Okay. Not sure if that's smart, but okay. We want to... I can do this. That's a good one, right? Because then I'm not in the danger zone, and I hit its ass. I mean, yeah, it's combat. More beast is... Okay, so we need... Oh! Turn limit. Now I'm scared. Just a moment, dear. Oh, dude, I'm so fucked. Are you kidding me? Okay. That's concerning. I'm gonna lose on the tutorial.
Maybe it'll just help you do better.
Yeah. Well, again, I keep talking about how the whole, like,
Granny's gonna die.
Yeah.
Kill Grandma.
They want to kill Grandma.
I think you killed Grandma.
Thank you for your support, baby.
You're welcome. Love you.
Love you too.
Grandma killer.
Grandma killer. You're right. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Okay, Spritz was right. Lowers its growth rate. Okay. Okay. You're right. I should strike the vital core. Okay, so now we have a free strike. We're gonna go boom. And then the impale. That made me sad. I thought I'd lined up a great move there. It's like, no. Okay, so the Vital Core is the one you have to break to kill it. The rest just slow down its regen and stuff. I'll let you do the rant. Okay. Okay. Beast broken. I got a butterfly. That cousin of yours is bad. You see what comes taking risk? Yeah, I got a butterfly and killed a bad thing. You're welcome? Since I was just a scrap of a thing. A scrap of a thing. Spacebar doesn't advance text. I'm upset. Enter does, but spacebar doesn't. Spacebar is one I had a free hand for while I pulled more drink. I need to fire up the forge immediately. Fuck you. All right. Okay. I also have to click that arrow to move on, which is actually pretty annoying. There's nothing to click here. Forge, Granny. See how these moats don't suck shit? At least not whatnot. Check your bag. Spark now. Okay. Magic used to be everywhere. Craft. Granny's gonna get rule 34, I guarantee it. Shimmer spark, okay. Unlock new sword and shield shellcracker strike. Apply cracked. Crack cores take extra damage. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so we can upgrade our stuff. 30 stitch tunic, plus 5 max health, bonus action tile. Oh. Oh. Okay, so all right, we got some stuff going on. Someone asked me to help with the thing that's the waypoint marker. I've been locking them in the cellar. You go, Grandma. Farmstead in danger. One. And shellcracker. And just depart. Okay. Are we ambushed if we went for the fight? I guess so. Tusk crawler. And that's the bonus one. That gives me an extra turn. I know. Problem is actually getting to it. Now, this looks like it might break it. Nothing. And this will get me the fuck out of Dodge. Or directly back into a hole. Okay, so he grows a lot. Level 4, attack 2, grows 6, ram. Okay. I need 15 to do that. This is a horrible spot to be stuck, man. Mildly better? And blocked amount of damage you can take before it affects your health. Okay. Let's actually fucking hit something. Like a single core, please. Oh my god. Yeah, he's annoying. At least hit something. Couple somethings. Now, if I can hit that gold, I get a bonus action, I believe. And that will reset his rampage. Put me directly in his. Oh. Moats? There's moats? Oh, the blue thing. I see. Oh my god, okay. Is that a waste? Maybe. I mean, I hit him a little. That's what I just did, honey. Okay, so do a defensive charge right off the gate. Grab this. Yeah. Defensive charge gives me that, and then shield bash gets more range the more defensive charges I have, but uses all of them. Now, if I play this... Oh. There's mobile games kind of like it. Spot flaws in the beast cores to do more damage with each blow. I mean, maybe you've seen it before. I don't know. I've already forgotten everything she just said. Doing great, Sarah. I gotta save up for spot flow. I need to do enough damage to interrupt its rampage. Okay, let's hold on the defensive charge for now. That looks good. At least to hit something. This also looks good to hit something. I love doing damage. Okay, now we have spot flaw. Now, if I were smart, I could apply it to that. Attaboy. That now takes added damage. And I take a smack to the face, but I'm blocking most of it, so it's fine. Okay. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it, Ma! Breaking those tends to make moats spawn, and moats let me make better gear. And, okay, so we want this because it's just a free frickin' action. Is that wise? I don't know. And then we're going to do a defensive charge through that. So if I get messed up, I can just block it. Right? It rearranges. I am learning. Grab it. Now, can I break that one? Reset the thing, get more shit. Yes. Yes. Now, if I break that one on him ass... Boom. Whole bunch of traits. I swear I've clicked that like 6 times. Whatever. I don't know if I get that stuff when the fight ends or not, but I guess we'll find out. Sorry, do break he ass. Give me the yay. Okay, yeah, I at least got 2. Beast broken. I get shiny treat. I wish clicking this advanced to this tiny thing in the corner. That is a pet peeve. Give me a bigger, more obvious button. Acid Spark. Again. Angle Spark. Can't do shit with them right now. Okay, so in the cellar... You're not the one I expected to answer my message, says Weird Snake. The stranger you tried to help, yes. Cinnabar, a mail carrier of sorts. And they bear misses for some of those in desperate need of... eager, aren't you? Go kill this thing. The ominous music bodes well. Ooh, good. Down at the edge of Bramble Hollow is being menaced by a beast with metallic scales. Alright, let's do it. Sap and splinters, it's still heading due south. Those folks ought to evacuate quite quick. Yo, bitch. Slow your skedaddle. Needle breaks like that. Oh, it's the same guy. Needle breaks like that have one mighty fine hearing. I've been tracking his trajectory, and there's about to be big trouble, and I do mean big. This is how all hedgehogs and porcupines talk. I'll help. That's not how he talks. Help me warn the townsfolk, you mean? Hey, now wait! And then I stab it. I stab it in the face. Sneak attack! You're really tangled with that beast. At least take some pick-me-ups. The scout has given you consumables. You can use them once per turn. Instantly gain 15 charge. That's cool. Okay, so these are... I mean, if I go in here, I get that, probably. Okay, so grows back, rampage. You really gotta focus. So we need hit the things on its back. That's what I'm saying. 100%. Everything is about this. We need to slow its growth, or we're never gonna break through anything. Talk about pepping your step. You like my southern voice. Let's see what you can do with this. Instantly gain 8 health. I could instantly gain 8 health. That's what I can do with that. Turn it... Oh, because I can technically still do an action. Got it. Ouchie, my booty butt. I'm gonna smack you. Let's gain some blocks. We're not so squishy. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, how does it feel to be my bitch? Give me that. Boom! Alright, its growth is down to 1. So now we can actually kill this stupid thing. Oh yeah, I still have it. Oh no, I don't. I can gain charge. I'm not doing it. See, in my head, I'm like, all right, we're gonna shield bash now. Why? Violence? Yeah. Boom. Growth stays at 1. Okay, so it can't go below 1. It always regens something. And then we're gonna go ahead and just bonk that again. And I'm gonna go ahead and say, bam. Oh, I missed the thing. Let's try to hit the thing. And turn. Yeah, no, when it actually works, it's satisfying. Somehow this guy's layout is just the easiest one out of all of them so far. I'd love to get on the other side and grab that. Boom. Boom. Blossom. I need to save up for spotting flaw. And that got me out of the way. Oh, I can then turn any time, I guess. Okay, now if I could spot flaw, I can hit that. I have to get behind him first. Or maybe I'll just kill him right away. Who knows? Now, is there a way to... Yes. Done. Bitch is done. Dead. Damn. I land right in that damage. I was gonna laugh so fucking hard. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna do a defensive charge. We're gonna break this. We're gonna do a strike and grab the thing. I'm really tempted, but we're just gonna go ahead and smack him. And be done. Alright. That went much better. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. See, I clicked anywhere there to advance it. Oh, look at that. People know me. Wow, you're a real champ! I get into this. Now blow me over with a breeze. You may be tiny, but talk about making a big impact. Shut. Just because I'm not a hedgehog. Name's John Quill. The most hillbilly name you ever done did here. Didn't I get the right voice? Feel free to look me up here, find yourself in the hollow again. I'll lick your shoes. I mean, it's finding yourself a way out of the thick of afterwards that you hit as you fretting. Have you hell with that champ after what you just did for those folks is the least I can do. Except when I lick your shoes. And your home is real hospitable. Gave me items. Saving that settlement, hard work himself. A rescue worthy of the Whiskersmith twins. Just me and my grandchildren now, no need for a fuss. Oh. Soak me in a stream. How did I not realize his force, that scar? Here we go. Missile Whiskersmith. Oh, it's a real honor, ma'am. If there's anything I could do to lend a paw, say the word. Shut up. Well, we do have plenty of chores around the farm. You can stay for the moment. Work, bitch. I've discovered Bramble Hollow. New companion, John Quayle. Fucking him don't do nothing, and he has fucked up that chair. Yeah, Spritz already saw it. I just absolutely devastated that thing. But my family was done being at the world's beck and call. Clearly that was wishful thinking. This ain't important. I thought so too once. We saved the world. Maybe just focus on saving one settlement at a time. I know your intentions are good, but my old sword may prove heavier than you think. Yeah, I'll just make her old and southern. They're all southern. So that was her. Not what I expected from the stories. Then again, stories tend to change with the telling, don't they? What do you think of her concerns? Suppose your actions speak louder than your words. Craft. Bronze braid surf coat. Plus 10 max health. Bonus charge tile. I like the bonus turn better. I haven't had an issue with health at all. Dunquill offers to teach Skipper the art of tracking beasts. Dunquill, this village. I'll pick a mouse voice someday. I asked for help, but yeah, Tangledale's real deep in the hollow. Navigating those thickets gets tricky. Not to mention, it takes a whole slew of different skills dealing with beasts out there. Oh, hey, now, I don't need to wring your whiskers, champ. How's about I teach you to track? I like the bonus action, no offense. I think that thing rules. I get bonus renown, I get bonus action. Nothing like a jump beneath the majestic brambles to put a spring in your step. I spotted some sure signs of beasts, though, so keep a sharp eye. A good scout always keeps useful materials at hand. Lucky for us, it's where there's thorns, there's berries. Berries, 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 berries. Now, best we save those for town and village folk. Sometimes is to take a nibble. There it is. Sap and splinters. That thing barrel entangled. That will be a disaster. Well, let's hang back a moment. But it's like this. You probably want to do some reconnaissance. Okay. Reconnaissance. Aha, that's what a scout's called, shard based. A few explosives make quick work of its scales. Now over to the summit, we'll get cooking something. Can't always rely on the noble caravans out here, but the villages make do and make some real swell stuff. Of course, it gets tougher to gather materials when a beast's on the prowl. So if we show up with our paws full, they'll be thrilled to craft some goods for us. There's a way like this, we're making explosives essence, handy things essences. Now, we swap one on your weapon, I'll give you all sorts of new ways to damage the beast. Not that we normally use them, but most folks don't usually wrestle with beasts like you do. Oh. I don't have enough materials. I didn't get a third berry. Oh, it has a path. I'm gonna make a blow-up bomb. Let's go show that beast a thing or two about blowing her up. Let's go get her done. Does not see you. Oh. Bada 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 sword. Hey, I know this guy. Go on, give it a strike. You'll see what makes the essence so essential. Oh, yeah. Bam, bam! Oh, only my first 3 bounces, though. Alright, good start. Oh, God, I really love when music does that in a game. Get all up in your business. Oh yeah. Boom. That reminds me of, like, original dot hacks. So good. Oh. Just the music doing that little, like, shift. Oh, the shader on those is nice, actually. Boom. Fuck your couch. Alright. I need to learn how to do screen space, man. That's a weakness I have. That'll work. Get it? 2 actions left, you say? Broke your butt! Well, don't we all have a good... Let he without a crack in his ass cast the first ass stone. Would love to get any of these. Good luck with that, though. Oh, fuck you. Okay, 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 here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab these two. Like that. For some reason, I'm gonna get away with it. She can't keep getting away with this. The defensive charge. Okay. I didn't know if that would be good or bad, so... Well, this one's glowing, so we're gonna do that, and... Fuck it. Boom. Boom. Oh, it doesn't actually do damage, though. Let's break more shit for more pieces. That's called hunting, boys. Ooh, do I get the ones that are out, though? I spawned that this turn. Do I still get it? Yeah, okay. I don't get the one that was out, but... Boom. Awesome. Think Tad Vigorous out there, so I sure feel refreshed, don't you? That's usually what Vigorous entails happening. Okay.
You, know lots about beasts.
Oh, not that much. Just noticed a few patterns over time while out in the wild like I do. You know how they poops? They poop so good. Poops rocks. I had my whole life to watch them 2 moats. I can barely remember the time before they showed up. There's all types of beasts, you know, taking all sorts of different forms and all kinds of environments. Sometimes they wonder if they're nature's guardians rampaging because they sense the magic is missing. Well, you never know. Maybe if you keep finding ways to bring back magic, you'll calm them all the back down. Yeah, I could get into this. Till then, no matter their mode, as long as they threaten critters' lives, I'll keep fighting. Make them nasally. That's working.
You've heard of Granny?
Heard of her. When the beast first struck, most critters turned tail and hunkered down, hoping it'd pass. But not her. She and her sis were out there every day fighting tooth and blade. We didn't call those 2 legendary warriors for nothing. They saved hundreds, no, thousands of settlements. Once they even fought a writhing river beast that was this big. I'm sure that's an exaggeration. Apologies, didn't see you there, ma'am. But I watched you 2 fighting that day, you know. That was my village you saved. Oh my, I didn't realize how callous of me. Nah, don't worry yourself. I was just one youngster cheering in a crowd. You wouldn't have recognized me. I got way fatter. But now you're a scout, I see. A fine profession. Worked with a few back in the day to stock our forge magic. Sure am, though mostly I keep watch for beasts nowadays. Not enough magic left to go searching for sparks. Though if you don't mind me saying so, the moons around your farm are shining something special. Maybe a sign that the world's finally going to start bouncing back from all this. One can only hope. It does give me an opportunity to practice making silly voices, and frankly, that's what everyone's probably wanting from me. Where's the food? Or this stuff stuffed in the bread box. That wayward cousin of yours went out foraging. Again. Oh. feel better about it. You weren't so prone to getting distracted. More Rule 34, Destin, right there. Unless she's like a 4-year-old, in which case, forget I said that. I still shudder at the Earthworm Rodeo incident, not changing what I said at all. Keep a lookout. Splinter Spark. Lock new sword and seal the Revenger. Okay, I'll be right. I gotta go potty. You're gonna get mad. I'm gonna go potty. We're almost after this game. I think we're done for the night. But Budapest. I don't know what that means. Enjoy what is probably gonna be some AI app ad. Boom. Did you enjoy that? Oh, Marvel. That's right. Marvel exists. Deal damage, gain charge, enrage. Deal 2 damage, add 4 taunt. If this is the first bounce, increase attack by 2. The ram of the beast is increased by 1. While taunted, the rampage counter does not go down. In return, the highlighted area of the beast will attack you for this much damage. Steel nerves gain 6 block. On the first bounce, deal 3 damage. When the beast lands attack on you, deal damage equal to its attack to the attacking core. Start your turn, lose 1, retaliate. Interesting. Interesting. I can try it. No snake this time. Another tracking lesson, all right. Any more lessons? For tracking, you mean? Oh, I'm already think my rambles could help you out. Anyways, I always did hope that I'd get to train up a team of scouts someday, but nowadays there's not much interest. Things as they are, scarcely anyone wants to set a paw outside their settlements. So it seems to me that the more dangerous the world gets, the more important to know how to navigate that danger. So yeah, sure thing. I could probably find a few more tips around this old noggin. Oh, that was a Q-tip. I didn't know I was still in there. Sorry. Ready when you are. Well, I mean, it's retaliate. You're meant to hold still. It puts you in the thing, and then you get smacked. That's the idea. You want to be in danger, and you want to take the hit, and then you counterattack, I think, is what they're going for. This one also has less block, so it's a little less beginnery. Alright, brambles are real dense here, can hardly see past your snout. But here, lay paw on the vines. Feel that faint trembling? There's a beast about, and I bet I'll know where it's headed. That there's a corruption pool. Careful, it's poison for critters like us. Poison for us is tasty for beasts. They love those pools, so they always walk towards the nearest one. Here, let's scout around and try to spot that beast. Let's head deeper into the undergrowth. Better learn what we can sooner rather than later. Okay, don't go north, it says. Wait, what? I mean, that's why... Oh, you want me to go, like, here. I was trying to play it safe and smart. Hear that roar? The beast just swallowed down a corruption pool and got stronger. Like clockworks. Beast heads up from pool to pool, drinking them all up, and then smash straight into the village. Come on, let's grab some supplies and cut it off at the pass. Sooner the better. Its attack, rant, a bunch of shit just went up. Okay, so I just got 3 of these. All right. I did have a different shirt. I don't know if it was a better shirt, though. I wasn't a big fan when I looked at it. You look familiar. Stand! Gain 6 block, 1580. I want damage right now. It's a sneak attack, fuck's sake. The bonus was way up there. That would have been nice. Okay, now we'll do this. We'll go in here. We'll break that. Got the bonus and wound up in the world's worst spot. God, that music is so dot hacky, dudes. I cannot even begin to explain how I'm feeling about that. Boom, another one. Alright. So far, the tutorial was the worst part of the game. Everything else has been pretty chill and easy. Maybe I was just getting a feel still. I don't know. Do that. Get behind it. Do a bunch of damage, build up my guard. Now that's a no-brainer, right? Like we want this. Two actions left. I'm gonna blow up some shards. Now, steel nerves. I'm gonna break this one. And we do want this if at all possible. Taunted the beast. So if I retaliate, it will take 10 damage from the attack. That's good to know. That sucked. There is not really a good route here. Sure. I mean, I get hurt, but sure. Okay, so if I go in there, I eat shit. So if I do this, he should just die. Yeah. That's interesting, actually, yeah. Also put some risk reward. He evolved his offense. And then, since he had higher offense, he hurt himself more. Because I used the thing. There were no pools remain. Got it. I've leveled up my renown. I still don't know what that means. Great work today, champ. Let's head home and rest up. Oh, wait! Calls for aid. Cinnabar will regularly deliver requests from settlements who need your help. This is quite a demo. I would have expected this to end a bit ago now. Nothing to craft. You suck, you suck, you suck. The snake is here. So you're the so-called mail carrier sending these messages. I didn't see you there. Impressed that you managed to sneak up on me. Clearly you still have some of your skills. I'm not going to do every single S. You used too many. I'm impressed you managed to keep away from me this long. Means you have skills of your own, and I'd rather learn them now. Skipper may welcome you, but this is still my farm. I want to know who you are. You know my name. You know how to refer to me. You know what I do. Can't that be enough? Forgive me if I don't trust so easily. I sympathize. But neither do I. Oh my. Hey, I could get the cousin. An arrow to the quiver? Wow, there's a lot here. Alright, let's find the cousin. Still no sign of your cousin, Skipper? You said the last one out foraging? I did find a fallen basket on my most recent scout about the hollow. Handle broken clean off. She's often careless with belongings. I do recall seeing some torn up cookbook pages. Like that. Don't look behind an entire pie just sitting out in the mushroom cap, still popping hot. My granddaughter abandoned a dessert. Something's wrong. She ran into a spot of trouble. She may be hiding in the thicket near where I stumbled on those clues. Hiding? I'll look. I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh. It was mocking me. Look at all these options. Fuck you. All right. Oh, that's a good tease. That is a good tease. Always leave them wanting more. I will wishlist now, actually. I quite enjoyed that. I love that kind of game, and that was fun and charming, and I got to make funny voices, and I hope people liked that. I can't leave the screen? How do I close the game? Alt F4. I'm the champion. I'm the champion. Okay, where's that one? That was I've lost it. Beastbreaker. Beastbreaker goes in the S pile. Okay, so here's, do we want the final tally? We have 5 games in the yes pile. Games I'm like, these are fun. These are decent. Okay. We have I Am Rock, because at first I was like, and then I played it and I was like, all right, cool. Smash. Let me smash. Let me smash. Which you might note, Beastbreaker, let me smash. Sweep Cremental. Okay, let me explode. Base Knight, let me smash, but I'm not very good at it. And Go Mr. Chickums, A++, S rank, 10 out of 10. Love it. Charming as hell. If it's more than $10, I'll riot, mind you. It does not seem like a big game in the end. I could be wrong. I don't know. It was fun. It was charming. I quite liked it. I Am Rock. I don't know. It depends how much game there is, really, what I'd expect of that one. It's interesting. I Am Rock was cathartic. I Am Rock's the sort of thing I'd play a round or two before bed just because I wanted things to die. Comfortably, without much issue. Right? Fine. Sweep Cremental, gonna live or die by how big it is, but it was charming, it was funny, it was creative. Good take on Minesweeper. Has a lot of potential. I quite liked it. Beastbreaker, I mean, did anyone hate what I was doing there? Should I not make the funny voices? I don't know. Some people paid for the funny voices in the past. Why not? Maybe that's what I'm good for. Once I got more comfortable with it and gave Grandma not the silliest thing and slowed down a little. Yeah. Mace Knight of the S pile is the one I mean, it's not my favorite there. It is decent. It is in the S pile, right? I think it needs a little balancing and tweaking. I feel like most of what's there could be considered a hard mode for what could be there. But again, I don't know how hard it gets. I don't know if it's just a skill issue, and it's not too bad because of how it's formatted, right? As long you can keep trying the same stage till you get it. People not liking the southern voices on my stars. I mean, she could get mad at me. She'll slip into a southern accent just watching True Blood. So, but she thinks I'm making fun of her, and I'm not. It's contagious. It's just contagious. It seemed to fit LaQuill. On the no pile, all right, Coin Sweeper. I don't know what its long-term goal is. I don't know if it knows what its long-term goal is. Based on what was presented in the demo, if that is not the long-term idea of the game, not a good demo. The fail state is just you decide not to gamble. Or no, the fail state is you decide to gamble. If you don't gamble, you win. So it doesn't have the pushing your luck of Balatro, which it clearly is trying to take inspiration from. I haven't even played Balatro, and I know that. Like I've seen enough of it, like I get the gist, right? You're not really pushing your numbers. The items aren't interesting. It's just, it's not amazing. I get the itch they're trying to scratch, but I do not think they're doing it well. And I'm not sure how you do it better. Unless you took some notes from Sweet Incremental. Like, if you made the animals from that into items in Coin Sweeper or something, like similar effects, that would already be an improvement. Like, something interesting about the items, something interesting about the board and the risk and stuff like that. Something to force you to go forward or make you want to spend the money. Because at this point, the only real thing to do, that whole game's meta, is fail the second round looks tough and only buy things if they give you extra money guaranteed. There's no round limit. There's no money threshold. There's no tile flip requirement. It just, maybe it was just tutorial level and I failed that. I don't know. But it didn't hook me. The only reason you lose is because you're bored and just want to push it, or you didn't realize how it works. It needs some thought and some work. Just my thought. Ball Fate Impulsive Plinko. I don't know how to help that one, man. That was a hell of a start. That was a mess. Like, from screenshots and the video and stuff, it looked interesting, but like actually playing it, I have never had so little to say positive about a game that launched. Like, I feel like that's like a co-op game for 4 people at a time that you're playing by yourself. It's too much. Tutorial is just sink or like it. The tutorial you can get through, like I did, barely knowing what's going on. The controls don't feel particularly responsive or sensible. It's too convoluted for what it is, and it is. I mean, it's a mess. It's an interesting idea, I guess, but like the entire thing is solve the shit before you run out of balls, which I guess is also true of a man caught in a saw trap. I don't know. It felt like one. I didn't like it. Easily hard no. Right? Barcore, last on the list, only in this list because I couldn't get past the first jump and it launched chugging balls and freaking out my computer. I'm suspecting it's an Unreal Engine issue of some kind. It looks like an Unreal Engine thing. If it's not Unreal Engine, they are pushing something to its limits. I am willing to give Barcore another chance after a little research. I might go in the boards to see if anyone else is having my problem. Because it's a dog platformer. Come on. And then last, not on the actual yes/no pile, but definitely a yes, was Tito, which I am saving to show Kaz later. Maybe we'll come back to Tito later. I don't know. Tito was fun. Tito is cute. Tito is very large. Mind you, I played the mouse one for way too long. So, Tito is charming. I encourage everyone to try out Tito. And if you thought any of these looked fun, give them a shot. Frankly. If you need a link or something, ask me on Discord, Blue Scars, and I'll hook you up. And Cat Venture, I forgot was even here. Cat Venture Cat Venture was the first one in the no pile, I think. Or no, the second one. I don't know why it was in the middle. It was meh. It was the meh one. It wasn't bad. It was meh. I think I'm moving it to no because I have no desire to play it again. Genuinely. It's boring. It's boring. I forgot we played it. I saw it when, oh wait, that was behind OBS. I completely forgot about Cat Venture, which sucks because the brand, you know, I want to like the cat stuff. That's just me. A good soundtrack and audio overhaul would help a lot. Same with Mace Knight. Like the soundtrack was fine, but like player feedback wasn't great in terms of like when you took a hit or whatever. The hit boxes are kind of iffy. Mace Knight just needs polish. Mace Knight is a solid foundation. Cat Venture is just the kind of game I don't really like, with an input style that I think doesn't quite work as it presently is, mixed with a hint of the Vampire Survivors roguelike trend. I get it. I don't like it. Someone out there probably will. It needs some juice real bad. It's kind of bland and somehow overwhelming at the same time. There's just a lot of enemies and not a lot of engagement. Half the hits I took in Cat Ventures were just me zoning out. So engagement low on that one, I'm afraid. And again, your mileage may vary. Always assume your mileage may vary from mine. Now, for the record, I still have a shitload of demos, so we'll probably do more of this later, like Friday or so. I got the dungeon experience, seemed like one I really wanted to look at. It seems it's either going to be really funny or really obnoxious. I have a few that I'm like, this seems like it's probably pretty big, so I didn't want to do them all on one here. I have a few shorter ones. I have one that is not from Next Fest, like a Toho Labyrinth game that I just wanted to play on my own. Vampire Crawlers is here. There's one that's like, you know, there's the Dung Beetle battles, the Katamari PvP one. I got a bunch of shit that we can check out still. I love Next Fest, and if I had more time to dedicate to this instead of worrying about my art crap, because my deadlines are coming up fast. I think the nearest one is the 10th. I need to worry about it. So I'll probably be doing commissions tomorrow like I was supposed to do yesterday. Oops. But I got the bunny design done. And the KT committee seems to have approved of it, I think. I haven't seen anyone mad. So I'll probably put that up on Patreon for everyone to see in the 2+ tier or something, and I'll figure out what we're doing for the promo for the seasonal. But so far, no one has expressed interest in actually buying anything. So if you're interested in any specific kind of product, do let me know. Standees, stickers, buttons. I think Spritz has sent them out buttons in the past. They're not going to be cheap if they're through Corolla, but they will be shiny. So there is that. They're more expensive, but they're shiny. Ones I can make in the back room are just printer paper and a button machine, but shiny, you see. That's a thought. Okay. But tomorrow probably commissions. I do have to get my blood drawn. Friday I should probably take cans to Albany, which is going to suck. I would say tomorrow, but I don't know if I'd get out in time, and I'd prefer to have help, and I don't know. I'd have to, picking a day where Lizzie's around would help, but she'd have to actually help me. I am trapped in capitalism and must engage with it whether I want to or not. Ergo, I must raise money, and therefore I sell things. So, in a perfect world, everything I do would be free for everyone, and I wouldn't have to worry about rent. But hey, I do not have a rich sugar daddy billionaire. Ergo, I'm just trying to be a minimal amount of pain in the ass for my parents and in-laws. I didn't say you were helping. I would love to rope you into helping me take cans to Albany, just so I'm not doing it alone. I have a lot. I could also try to get my parents. I don't know. There's options. You work on the weekends. On the note of things Lizzie is helping with, though, we are trying to figure out a time. I think she said sometime next week would work. She got us ghost janitors. So if you like watching us play Phasmo, this is Phasmo with good reviews, and we clean. Unfortunately, not power wash sim style cleaning like that SCP one I saw, but not SCP. It could be good. It could be terrible. The reviews are positive. And we've been looking for an excuse to do stuff and debut her POS. So I shrank the cave. Can you tell all the water froze? There you go. If I minimize it, everything freezes. That's what happened there. Sorry. So we'll see what comes of that. I am excited to play something spooky with her, though. That sounds fun. We also have the Tanglewood update coming to Phasmo soon. The community is pissed. I'm intrigued. They like turned Tanglewood into a grandma's house and everything. Like even the cars, but like they replaced the minivan, the mom ass minivan with like an old sedan, like an 80s, 70s looking fucking, not a cool old car, but like definitely an old car. Like baby's first Toyota kind of car. I speak from experience. Yeah, we got lots of stuff we can do. But tomorrow I need to do art stuff. I need to catch up. I got deadlines coming up. So yeah, that is 5 hours of this shit. So thank you for joining me. What is that? Like 9 demos? 3, 4, 9 demos. That's close to 2 demos an hour. Not bad. Not bad. And again, if you're curious about any of them, I've tried to say the names, all that. You can go back through, but also just ask. I'll hook you up. There's ways to get a hold of me. Blue Sky, Discord, all of it. I'll see y'all later. I'm going to go chill for a bit. Maybe poke art stuff or posting or something. I should eat noodles. I love noodles. Thank you for joining. Going for a swim. Sploosh. Sploosh.